Mahali mai, kia ora koutou, mata o e te whana. Could everyone please stand for the whakatauki? As always, it's a mudiakia whakaronga huke, onwards and upwards. Welcome councillors, welcome staff, and welcome, what a great turnout from members of the public. Just got a few procedural matters to run through. So firstly, there are no apologies. Secondly, is there any urgent business or late items? I do have a couple. So we've got public excluded to be accepted. I want to change the items because everyone that is in the public forum is actually here to speak for an item. One of the items is number 8, and we're picking our 4th item. Our lawyers come in at 4 o'clock, so we can't have them waiting around that long. So I suggest that we move item number 8, vehicles on beaches, to item number 4. And I'll move that, and we need someone to second it, please. Second it, Councillor Herbert. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Is there any declarations of interest? Is that a second?
No, that's the same. That's the same one.
Yeah, no, that's what I was doing. I did that on the.
You need a resolution.
Okay, so as part of my urgent business and late items, I move that we take this, resolve to take this. Are you okay for that, John, to second it? I thought I'd done it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. Any declarations of interest? None. Excellent. So I'll just check, seeing there is such a big grouping, knowing that I think I've checked with everyone that there is an agenda item that you're here for. Consequently, you're not specifically for public forum, but I will ask, is anyone there for public forum? If not, we will move straight on to our first presenter. Welcome, and I've got to find the name. Anna. Sorry, Anna. Welcome, Anna. Thank you for coming and helping us. The floor's yours.
Thank you. Kia ora. It's a great honour to be here, and I thank you all for allowing me to attend in what looks like a very full agenda. So I'm going to keep this as short and sweet as possible. My name is Anna Robinson. I am your Regional Waste Officer, a role which commenced in August last year. So I'm here to give you a little bit of an, I guess, an overview of what that role entails and where my position sits within the region. And hopefully from that we can look at how we will have a better understanding of how this role sits and what that means for Clutha District, amongst the others. A little bit about me before I get into the role. So I grew up just inland from the Catlins in East Southland. It's been a while. Alexandra is now home. I've been there for 15 years. I know your mayor's brother reasonably well from those 15 years of being there. And I bring some experience from a few other roles that I've had, which have, you know, they're fairly various, but a lot of focus on change through community and school-based education, strategic leadership in building, planning and direction for groups. I'm here today from an invitation by your CE, Mr. Hill. Thank you. So as mentioned, the role commenced in August last year. This role was developed through the mayoral forum. There was an agreement to prioritise waste at a regional level a few years back. From there, they commissioned a waste analysis report, my Bible, by Eunomia, which was completed in 2023. Recommendations for investment into effective regional management and work on minimisation sat within this report. Included within those recommendations was the creation of a role to coordinate actions across the region for more effective waste management and minimisation. The forum agreed to progress this, and the role, as I've already mentioned a couple of times, started last year. So the structure of the role, let's get into the slides. Apologies, that is quite small. It is collaborative by design. So all 6 councils in Otago are investing into this role. CODC, Central Otago, house me because that is home for me. Dunedin City Council manage me. And my CE champion is the Waitaki CE, Mr. Parnley. My reporting goes to the CE Forum and I provide updates to the Mural Forum also. So objectives are here. I'm not going to read through those because there's lots of words there, but they are there in the slides and hopefully in front of you. Currently, the role combines both boots on the ground work and strategic planning across Otago's 6 councils. So getting on to what does that actually mean? Here we go, goals. So we have those 9 objectives. Success within this role would look like working together for efficient and effective strategy for Otago's waste, the management and the minimisation into the future. That is not a limitation, however, and at times I believe a cross-regional approach could be taken, particularly given that waste does not adhere to the district or regional boundaries that we work within. So there is a lot of opportunity that sits there for all of us. The resulting practical solutions and outcomes that will be taken at that regional level are through our councils working proactively together. And I guess until now, what has happened is there's been a lot of interest in being able to do that effectively, but simply there has not been the resource to bring that together. So this role is very much sits here in this space today as an opportunity to bring those ideas together, to look at what that optimisation can be for all of our respective councils. Success also looks like enabling our communities, our businesses, industry to participate actively in waste minimisation goals, to work to circular economy principles, and looking at the waste hierarchy, which we have here on our screen, those circular principles sit higher up in the pyramid. They are well-designed systems that could allow an approach where stuff is reused as much as possible, single use is refused, as there are excellent options available that are designed into our resource use system, where recycling and disposal are as they should be. They are the smallest component of that system, which will result in our reliance on raw virgin materials to create stuff being reduced over time. It's ambitious, it's long-term, but importantly, it is achievable. And we do see examples of circularisation in practice, both onshore and offshore. So for me here, work has begun on the regional strategy with an agreement to form a regional working group made up of representatives from each of our councils. The work will be to produce options for the continued structure to drive this regional strategy. So this will provide us some clear decision-making pathways for our council to work effectively together and plan with confidence for that future. It is anticipated we will be in a position to begin work on a strategy toward the end of 2025, perhaps the beginning of 2026, noting, of course, that it is election year, so things get a little bit interesting for a wee while. Current work on the ground. Oh, there we go. There was another slide. And another slide. Current work on the ground. C&D week, construction and demolition week. So this is our first foray really into how we're doing things together regionally. So this is boots on the ground. So we have begun with a working group which is formed across the councils. We are focusing on education and engagement. We're looking to develop further learning opportunities through resources, and some pilots will be seen in the region for things like micro-credential courses and utilising appropriate technology for managing waste diversion. From these series of events that we're running, which actually begin next week, we're hoping that we can identify some of those common gaps in the C&D sector, which might help us look at where council can begin to support changes that can in turn help the industry with those issues around waste. Just a note on that, at the moment, around the stats are around 40 to 50% of our waste to landfill is C&D waste, and that is a nationwide stat. Let me go to the next slide. So Another piece of work that has been decided upon by Otago is to focus on emergency waste. So what we're doing there is bringing together the experience and knowledge from the TAs who have experienced disaster at a scale to begin to formulate a planning document. This is done in close alignment with the CDEM crew of Otago. We know that we don't have great knowledge around what Plan B would be, given that in any large-scale disaster we will have limited infrastructure. Some of those critical infrastructure pieces will be down roads, even landfills. So it's looking at what those scenarios could be and then planning for that. So that's that material movement with that critical infrastructure down. The other thing that is missing, which is particularly useful, is standardised comms to support communications, to support our communities, ensuring that there is safe waste options in times of crisis. So there is a lot of work to be done in this space. We have a working group for Otago. This working group has connected in with NEMA and MFE, who currently are heading a national waste management project. Otago's role within that is to provide feedback and context on what we have in Otago as they put this piece of work together. Another piece of work that we're focusing on are small batteries. They are a problem and increasingly becoming so. We have a lot of unsafe disposal and actually just people not knowing how or where you dispose these things, which is resulting in fires, both in landfills and in rubbish trucks. It's not okay. So there is some work to be done towards a collaborative education campaign in Otago, which will support that understanding of best practice with small battery disposal. That's going to build on some work that was done by Wastemans last year, who created a national map that highlights battery collection facilities. But it's also connecting in with that national working group, and we are lobbying for a policy framework to prevent small batteries from being disposed of with general waste or in curbside collection. Another piece which is actually quite relevant for you here in Clutha District, given your largely rural district, an engagement and education campaign with behaviour change support. We are collaborating currently with New Zealand Land Care Trust and willing catchment groups. We have a couple of catchment groups in Clutha who are keen on working in with us. What we're looking at doing is, well, what we're hoping to achieve, I should say, is some outcomes to help identify and overcome some of the challenges and barriers that sit there in that rural space with regard to waste. Opportunity to provide information of the why and how you could otherwise dispose of waste, and highlight some local options so that we can work together to perhaps look at a regional solution, which also will probably be tied in with some locally driven solutions too. Not insignificantly, advocacy. There is a national organisation called Wastemans. They have a number of working groups who work on progressing national work, particularly. What I would say about that is those priorities that I've just listed to you. They have working groups that are progressing some changes, I guess, that can help us with Otago looking at those priorities, and in turn we can help them because we can ensure that how they are focusing on those changes also are representative of what we need to see as well. So there's lobbying and advocacy with information and dialogue that ensures, I guess this is what I was trying to say, any regional response is circulated and worked on collectively. My role is to coordinate these pieces of work. Examples of this can be seen in a letter which the Mayoral Forum agreed to work on and send to the Minister for the Environment, which was outlining concerns of changes to the Waste Minimisation Act. We have asked through the Mayoral Forum for transparency and good consultative process for the WMA reform, which is scheduled for later in 2025. Also within this role, staying connected with Regional Council, ensuring the opportunity for dialogue and advocacy through submissions is able to be completed at a regional level where appropriate. An example will be the air plan that they are currently working on. Ultimately, bringing together work in all these areas for a regional approach should alleviate some of the challenges that are faced by the waste teams in our councils. It's particularly important given the current climate. We've got tightening on finances and some of the employment challenges are faced by councils, particularly in that waste space. We hope that this role can optimise the work that is done by these teams on their waste minimisation and management plans. And there is an intention to work on issues and challenges that are common to all of Otago's councils. The outcomes we expect will ensure a cohesiveness to our work programs, that we can achieve messaging both to central government and to our public that has an Otago voice. Issues and challenges will be tackled in a way where the answer is more than the sum total of the parts. And that is me, but here's a whakatauki which I think is particularly relevant to what I am talking about. Waiho e, I'll take my glasses off. Waiho e te toipotu, kawa e te toiroa. So let us keep close together, not wide apart. Thank you.
Joanna. Questions, please, Tim. Councillor Finch.
I just want to say well done, that's great, good presentation, and yeah, we look forward to the future.
Thank you, Councillor.
Can't let you off that lightly, Anna. I've got problems. I was disappointed, I'm sure you were, at the announcements pre-Christmas, and I don't know where it's left us. You know, the changes to the Waste Minimisation Act, so much of what you were talking around there, the standardisation, the reduction, and then pretty much under the radar, no discussion, no talk. 4 of the 5 key components of the waste minimisation obliterated, gone.
Yes.
Don't worry about doing, what was it, recycling. Huge. And so consequently, like, we get mixed messaging. Want to support you, the big boss is telling us not to. Sitting looking at rate rises that are giving us every indication. What do we do?
Good question. And I guess that, yeah, and it's a good question. And you're right. There is, I don't want to call it subterfuge, but there's definitely some movements and changes that have been made at that national level, which have really undermined some of that good work that's been put in place, not through just like the likes of our regional waste assessment, but some of those indicators that sit within some of our council's WMNPs that say we are moving in the right direction, that standardisation is going to support us all to do better. And now, yeah, it's sort of the rug's being pulled from under our feet. I guess MFE's stance on that, their response to that is they're not saying don't do it, they're just saying because of cost of living, because of rates rises, the obligation has changed. However, they are still in a position to support should you wish to go down that pathway. And I guess it's really hard to look at what the future looks like when you are trying to figure out how you're going to pay your bills at the end of the week, right? So I don't know what the answer is. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer, but I do think it's trying to find that balance between what is the right thing to do now to alleviate some of those immediate concerns but also with a focus on the future as well. You know, let's not make decisions in haste to alleviate what we have here in front of us that is going to make it more difficult in the future. So,
then the other one, and the key one that we've always had, and Pluto doesn't recycle glass, never has. And so there was that balancing act, is to still do the right thing by the environment. But we're 6,700 square kilometres, we're a huge roading network, we're a whole lot of very small communities spread out. You can burn diesel, drive a truck, pick up glass, come back. I really need to know, because even in recent times, Gore was stockpiling the glass.
Yes.
I've seen Alexander's stockpile of glass. I don't want to appease causing a greater environmental damage. Where are we with glass recycling? Because that's a key component.
and that's a great question also, because it's not just Clutha that faces that issue, right? You're right. You know, Alexandra, Central Otago District Council have a glass crusher, not yet commissioned. Well, it's still sitting there. I don't know what's going on. Maybe someone just needs to plug it in. I'm not sure. But you're right. Where are we sitting? That's where I think that opportunity to look at what we have regionally, look at our volumes, but also that's, as I mentioned, not just looking within our region going, actually what is Southland up to and what are their volumes? What's Canterbury up to? What are their volumes? You're sitting in a great position in terms of your rail network here. Is there something that we can do on a South Island level that begins to address our glass issues? And dare I say it, I'm not sure that crushing is the best answer. We're probably, just looking around the room, yep, I think we're probably all old enough to remember what glass take-back systems looked like back in the day when you would drink your, whatever your flavoured beverage was out of your bottle, put it back into the return crate and take it back for your deposit to be reused.
That must have been before my time.
Oh, well, we can enlighten you on that, perhaps at another time, not around this table. But think creatively about it. It's not just about making it go away, and I think that's the problem that we've had for so long, is we've been able to talk about waste as something that you just put away and then it's gone. But actually, we've all got a responsibility collectively, and I think if you can look at it from a regional or island perspective, we might be able to come up with some pretty good answers.
Central government.
What's that?
Central government.
Yes, including them.
Further questions, team, please. Councillor Mackie.
Just further what you were saying, I really agree with what you were saying. When I grew up, a wee lemonade bottle was 4 cents you got back for it, and a big lemonade bottle was 8 cents. Now that was paid for by Lane and Thompson, who were the main manufacturer. They had a plant in Dunedin where they called the bottles back in, they cleaned them and they refilled them. And I estimate for 8 cents you could buy an ice block. So for the equivalent of a 1.5 litre plastic bottle that they turn out today, you need to charge them about 80 cents. Now, the big companies aren't going to do anything until they're told to, because they have a big swing and a big pull. But perhaps if we just start boxing up all the Coca-Cola bottles and just sending them back to them, they'd have to do something about it. I'm serious about that. They're not going to do anything unless they're made to, unless they're put in a position where they've got to do something about it.
You're right, Councillor Matthew, and actually that brings me to a point which is, and it's small, but I think we need to have that collective voice. There is an open letter addressed to Parliament at the moment, imploring them to bring in the container return scheme, which is effectively that, where the responsibility for those containers is firmly put back on the people who are producing and manufacturing. It's not in the system that we currently have, which is where the consumer buys the bottle or the can or whatever it is and ultimately pays for the disposal of it, whether that's through your curbside collection or putting it in the rubbish bin. It should be, I believe, the manufacturer's responsibility. So a take-back scheme could quite easily be created for New Zealand, and from that, potentially some new industry created as well.
Thank you. So, and correction, Councillor Maggie, mogging me an ice box for 4 cents each and dipped in chocolate was 6.
Okay, you're now starting to show your age.
Councillor Wheeler.
Yeah, I won't linger on about the return scheme, but I do agree that would be good, and there were great fundraisers for clubs and schools and such like going around picking up bottles. But the point I would like to make is just there's a lot of uncertainty as to what happens with our recycling and such like, and we hear stories of some recycling, okay, we recycle it and then it ends up in the tip and things like that, and we need perhaps to reassure our people, our public, who are disposing of, separating out recycling, that there is a good stream for recycling to go into, and that it will be reused or...
I agree, and actually I believe that is something so there is an Otago and Southland Waste Network, which is made up of the waste staff from the respective councils. They meet a couple of times a year, actually, and I forgot to mention they were the ones that provided that directive for me to get started on some of those actions. But we have a meeting in a couple of weeks' time. I believe that there is a couple of the councils who want to advocate for a standardised regional approach to providing better education and comms around those curbside collections, not just how you do it and how you do it well, but also what is happening to that recycling, because you get one bad story in terms of actually some of, that truckload of recycling was taken to landfill because of the contamination levels, for example. We all stick to that. Well, our recyclings all go into landfill, so what's the point? So yeah, the clear, effective communication is part of that picture of what we do at the regional level. So I thank you for bringing that up.
Perhaps that's something, I mean, government's pushing us to recycle in the past, but governments actually need to come on board with this and perhaps help
Support.
find that end solution.
Yeah.
For recycling and such.
That's
And
right.
again, I think as your that second slide shows that recycling shouldn't be what we're focusing on. It's more the reduce.
That's right. There is an adage that bounces around amongst the waste geeks, as we call ourselves. I don't think I'm yet inducted into the waste geekery, but I've only been here for a short time. But what they tend to say is, if recycling is the answer, then you're asking the wrong question. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Tim. Anna, thank you very much. Thank you for your enthusiasm, actually, and for coming down and sharing with us. It's quite pertinent today with what we've got in front of us. So thank you very much and safe travels home.
Thank you, Mia. Great to see you all.
Thank you. Okay, Tim, if we can please move to the first agenda item, resignation of Councillor Barron. Going to be dealt with. Steve, is there anything you wish to add to your item?
No, Your Worship, just taking the read.
Okay, Tim, questions for CEO first. You do have any questions, and then we'll go into general discussion. No questions, matters open for discussion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Valdell.
Question that on looking at page 8, one of the disadvantages of appointing somebody to the position would be the induction and training required there. And does the staff, the chief executive, have any sort of thoughts on how that might impact on staff and staff time and such like? If we were to appoint.
So through Your Worship, I mean, if the council was to go down that pathway, we would just be looking at resourcing the minimum necessary given the time between now and the election. So I wouldn't be expecting to put in a lot of resources, nothing like the induction for all the council, but I do believe that we would need to do some form of induction. For example, understanding the long-term plan, the strategies and things like that are all things that would be important for somebody coming in with only 5 or 6 months before the election.
Steve, do you think it's physically capable for any individual, knowing the thousands and thousands of pages that every councillor's already had to read on 3 waters, with 4, maybe 5 weeks away from that critical decision? Is it physically possible to bring them up to speed?
Your Worship, I suppose that's just the risk that you take. You have an option to bring in the elected representative in. Nobody knows necessarily what the background is of that person, their skills and experience. I think it's unreasonable to expect that any form of induction will cover that gap at all. But it is envisaged that you could appoint somebody.
Right. Further questions, team? Councillor Catherwood.
For you, Steve, through you, Worship. So Councillor Bell's resigned. Was there like an exit interview process or anything you need to formally do? Or was it just
through you, Worship, no councillor, they're not an employee of mine.
Okay, so it's just
they're an employee of nobody.
resigns and that's it.
But all the rule says is they have to give me the notice, and it takes effect from the time they give it to me, and nothing else. It's just automatic.
Okay.
One more question, that if, just looking at the recommendations, that if council did resolve to fill the position, offering to the next highest polling unsuccessful candidate, but if that person was to decline, would the expectation then be that it would be offered to the following?
Not unless you decided that, councillor. If you don't decide that, it would just come back to council and you make another decision. So it would just prolong the process, but that's allowable. All we thought of was that the only thing that we could think logically for what you would do is the next highest polling unsuccessful candidate, and we didn't really have any other option as to what you might choose to appoint somebody. And that we didn't go beyond that. If that doesn't work, then we would expect to come back to you for another decision.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Chair. For Steve, is there no legal requirement of who you can appoint?
No, to my knowledge, through you, Your Worship. I mean, obviously they have to be eligible to be an elected member, but other than the eligibility that applies to everybody during election, just like any elected member, there's no job description that you have to have all the skills and knowledge for. It applies in the same way.
So technically we could shoulder tap one of my coppers and say, hey, you want a job as a councillor?
Through Your Worship, technically you could if you got the rest of the council to agree with you.
Therein lies the flaw.
It's all right, he doesn't have any cobbers.
Right, okay, team, have we finished the questions? Brace yourself, Brady, we're about to talk about it. Sorry about this, but it's just how it is. Okay, team, matters open for discussion. Councillor Finch.
Thank you. I think we leave it the way it is, considering there's only 7 months to go and all of the paperwork, etc., that we have been through. I think it wouldn't be right to put somebody in at the last minute so close to the election and not having time to catch up and see everything that we've been through this year so far. So I would be moving to leave the base open until the election.
So what I'll do is I'll hold on the moving if we can, you're the first to talk in the discussion and already hit me with the motion. I'll hold, but I'll try and remember to come back to you. Councillor Graham, followed by Herbert.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Look, I can see both sides of this. I can see the benefit of someone coming in and spending 7 months as a councillor to give them that taste and prep them for the next election or something. But on the other side, the nominations for the next election, I think they're in July. So that's what, 3 meetings and one other one. By the time you get them geared up, and considering some of the decisions that have to be made in the next 6 months, I think it would be pretty unfair to burden the new councillor with that task, to like the water side of it. You know, we've had 6 years or 5 years or whatever of it, and to expect someone who, even with a following background on it, to take it all in and make an informed decision, I think would be pretty tough on them.
Councillor Herbert.
Yeah, look, I agree with what's been said with the previous two speakers, and my fear would be the 7 months would actually be just the right amount of time to put a good person off re-standing the next elections. No, seriously, if you chuck the 300 or 400 pages that we've had to read to get to this meeting, I just think you've got, taking personalities out of it, not talking about a person, but a position, would put that person off standing again. It could do that. It would just be long enough. So I think we leave it. We're going down to 9 anyway. Belcliff is still well represented. There's still got 3 people here. So I would be in favour of waiting and not filling the position.
So I've got 3 going in one direction. Has anyone got a counter proposal? Councillor Will.
Yeah, I do tend to take the opposite view that there's vacancy there, and it would be good to have another Balclutha councillor around the table at the moment. I know there's going to be some major changes after October, when we go down to 9, but at the moment it's a vacant position, and I think it would be good to have that voice, Balclutha voice, represented around the table. And I also, perhaps it will be a bit personal here, but I think the person who has been put forward does have, certainly has demonstrated an interest in the affairs of this, of the Clutha ward, and perhaps, well, may not be up to speed with everything that we've dealt with in the recent past, but does certainly have some good understanding of what happens around council.
Further discussion, team? Councillor McCroskey.
I'm a bit like Joel and etc. But on the other side of it, would it be wise, either way, to ask the prospective person whether they would be prepared for 7 months alone?
I was hesitant to place them in that position when they wouldn't be able to prepare, and it is in the full blast of media and public, so I'm hesitant.
Yeah, I mean, Your Worship, the point of this is that there is, the only thing that we've got is public information about the fact that there's the next highest polling and successful candidate. You have to remember that the question was asked for me, what job skills and other bits and pieces do people have necessarily? Is there a list of that sort of thing? If we were going to conduct this as a job selection process, we wouldn't be conducting it in public.
Councillor Lehman.
I kind of think, given the proximity of the election that's this year, the fact that we're going down to 9 councillors anyway, I just think it's not necessary to reappoint anyone.
Righto, so I'm saying that we've had a decent discussion. Has anyone got a last minute? No? I'll go back to you, Councillor Finch.
I'm happy to move that we leave the position vacant till the election.
So can I please ask, can you move that we receive the report first and
Yes,
then
I
so
can.
there'll be 2. So Councillor Finch has moved that we receive the report and that we do not fill the extraordinary vote. The second, please, Councillor Herbert. Further discussion on the recommendation? If not, put to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No. I'm picking that's a clear cut one.
Sorry,
I need to
do
do
the
Hold on. Yeah, can those that said no, please hold your hands high so that she's got a name. Julie, only known you all my life.
Sorry, I'm only voting against number 2. I'm in favour of recommendation 1. So I'm not sure how to deal
Yeah,
with
but
that.
once we do this one, it dictates where we go with the other. So Julie just needs to know the yeas and the nays. And there was Councillor Graham, Councillor Volwell, wasn't it? Anyone else? No. Let me just have 2 seconds. That's the end of it.
Well, I mean, you put the resolution was moved, items 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Not, so that's the resolution that was debated, the votes were taken, and that's it.
Pretty clear cut. We never had a discussion on whether we'd received the report because it was pretty much operational. I'm more than happy to relitigate if you wish, but what's the problem? We're right?
I just wasn't against
He's not against receiving the
receiving the report.
That should need to be.
Oh,
needs to be
shot
two
you.
recommendations.
Boy, we're getting put in. Right, Councillor Finch, can you please move 2 different things? So firstly, could you please move the report? Councillor Herbert, are you okay to do that? All those in favour of receiving the report? Reese is in on that one. And then can you repeat the process again, please, Gaynor?
Move number 2, that position remains vacant till the election.
You're happy to go again, John? Councillor Herbert, seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Got you. Sorry, Bruce. Technicality. Fair point. Okay. Request to you review the usage Centennial Park. So for councillors that I haven't managed to catch up with, You will be aware that this has been a process. There has been some emails floating around, standard procedures, so let's not get into this particular one, but we've got an obligation to make sure that all parties come in on an even standing. If, say, after the agenda is written, there is a further email trail or something like that, it could be said and it could be up for judicial review. If you really wanted to push it, that an advantage was given to one that wasn't given to all parties. I think we've managed to cover the bases on that and the fact that we've given an opportunity now for both parties for two further, but it does highlight there's the reasons for this. We come in, we do it once, we give everyone that dead fair chance. So we will be doing that. There are members that we're quite aware, and on both sides of the camp, shall we say, that will be able to ask questions. Can I have it that if you're going to ask a question, can you please specify who you want to ask the question to? Because the members of the public can speak to the item. Jules, oh, hold on, Steve's going to give me a rundown on what I've got wrong there.
No, not at all. But just to help organisationally, I thought that just as there'll be a section to ask questions of the staff report, the author,
Yeah.
that there's a section to ask questions
Yeah.
of the two entities, and that we do them entity by entity, so there's a little bit easier to. So you direct the
yes, fair
question
enough,
there,
brother.
So when we get to that point, Your Worship,
Okay, team, so you know what we're doing. Questions will be directed to Jules from staff, then they will be directed to either South Otago Athletic Club or the Parks Trust. So we will go in that order, I think, for want of any other order, but we'll start with Jules. Jules, do you have anything you wish to add to your report?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's only one note there that was in relation to the South Otago AMP Society, which we had in some correspondence. Some of that was in the correspondence that was sent around last night, but they have come back and confirmed that they would be reluctant, given where things are at this stage, for the track to be on the main showgrounds. So just that was mentioned, that we would have an update by the time that the report was being tabled. So other than that, happy to take the report as read and answer any questions, Your Worship.
Questions, team, to Jules? I'm slightly confused whether I asked you the question or the Athletics Trust, but was there a reason why there was a problem with?
I think there was just a range of things that would need to be worked through in terms of timing and what was requested. So that's certainly in terms of the face of what they were asked to agree to. They said, sorry, we can't agree to that. And that was also, as is mentioned in the report, similar to where the high school's at with what was asked for at this stage.
Right, clear cut. Question, Councillor Payne.
For you, Jules, thanks very much. Just, have we exhausted all the options for other places to put a 400-metre track? Or is there still something out there that you might be aware of?
There's probably just as much issues with anything else that you find as well. So I think in terms of practical options, we've looked at what there is available. There's potentially could be further discussions with some of those parties as well. But the information and the pros and cons and the issues have been highlighted in the report from the submitters, as well as from the parties that we have asked today.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. So has it been looked slightly outside the Clutha boundaries for a site?
No, not at this stage. Through you, Your Worship.
Councillor Graham.
This question isn't through you, Mr. Chair. To Jules, but I'm just wondering, and I'm not questioning the integrity of the councillors that are on that Nash Park thing, but I just wonder, is it relevant as far as public perception that they take part in this?
So I'll make a call as chair, because I also in delegations delegated the councillors to that position. It was a position of responsibility that we didn't really give them an option to opt out. It's just like we give out at the start of all. And the rule that's always with that is that if it's part of your delegation, if you're made to go, there is no conflict of interest. You can still vote. And in fairness to them, they also have inside the information, they've been part of it. So I'd be more than hesitant to start breaking that rule that we've always had, because then I have to start considering who have I delegated to everything else and how many times. Yeah. So short answer from me is no, I'm holding on it.
Yeah, Your Worship, the principle that we apply is that if we went off that, then we wouldn't make appointments to any community groups whatsoever, because it would mean that in doing so, you'd preclude those elected members from taking part in any decision making. So we have a principle where if we are appointing to community groups, that's a valid appointment, and there's a reason for that appointment, and that they represent council, and so that doesn't preclude them from decision making on those community groups. That's the principle we've applied across the board consistently, and it would be a big departure to change that. You could change that, but I would suggest you change that from a policy debating perspective rather than on an individual issue perspective.
That's our sort of chair's call today, and then if we want to review it, we go through and get a paper to council. I suspect it's Councillor Finch.
Thank you. Just clarifying, looking at the picture of the South Otago High School. So that is definitely not possible to be utilised the way and where it is now.
The information and the feedback from the high school and the request from the athletics club is in the report. So it was around the conditions, but the aerials just show what's there. But yeah, the feedback's already been provided by both parties.
Councillor Herbert.
Yeah, thank you. My question really carries on.
No.
Sorry, my question carries on from Councillor Finch's, Jules, with the letter back from the principal of South Otago High School, and there's been some sort of requests made. There's been some requests made there of what the athletics club require. In your communication with the principal, is there any negotiating or any flexibility on some of those points? Because if that's the sticking points, is there any sort of way of negotiating around those?
Oh, through you, Your Worship, absolutely. But the request wasn't made to vary any of those. It was, this is what we would need to use it. And in terms of, and the response is quite clear. On that basis, the high school couldn't say yes. But this, I mean, it has been used before, and the high schools said they're happy to work with whoever about using the grounds. It's just that on the basis of the request that was made, they couldn't agree to that. And that's, I think, in one of the resolutions for you, Your Worship, I've said, depending on council's decision, there could be an option to work with parties to try and find a solution.
Right, have we exhausted the questions to Jules? Move on. Does anyone have questions for South Otago Athletic Club? Councillor Finch.
Thank you. Would anybody be prepared to move outside the Clutha district to have their track? And are you so set on your goals that you won't have anywhere to have it?
Can I just hold for a tick? Can we please, if you can nominate a spokesperson, but seeing it's been recorded, my apologies, I forgot the answer. We can have a roving mic. Does that mic rove?
You come on.
Yeah, you can be the rover, John. Get away out.
So how do you work it? Who's up?
Kia ora, I'm Veronica, President of South Otago Athletics, so thank you, Councillor. Clutha is a central location for all our athletes travelling. We've got a lot of rural athletes coming from Awaka, from Clinton, Lawrence and Milton, and Clutha seems to be the most central place for it.
And are you stuck on those that you want, that you won't have anywhere else to have your...
Centennial Park's been a part of the South Otago Athletics Club for 60 years.
Yes, but
it's our home ground, our club rooms are there.
So you wouldn't go back and negotiate with the high school?
The high school's correspondence to me has said no, not at this time.
Under those conditions?
Yes.
Under any other conditions?
That was clear, yeah, health and safety. There's new health and safety laws with clubs going into schools that are coming into force.
Yeah, thank you.
Further question, Tim, Councillor Lindman.
I've actually got a question, possibly for Craig Gordon, and I actually find this whole process quite upsetting, having been involved with the process the whole time. So Craig, I'm going to ask a question of Sport Clutha and Sport Otago, and I know the reason I ask this is because a lot of your correspondence is on Sport Clutha letterhead rather than the Athletic Club letterhead. So does Sport Otago agree with the stance that you're taking as a Sport Clutha representative? And the reason I ask this is that I was here when the rec centre was built, obviously many years ago. And at that time, we had Sport Clutha and Sport Otago come and speak quite strongly how they wanted to see the area down at the showgrounds, adjacent to the rec centre, become the sporting hub of the Clutha district. So I kind of think back to those times when they lobbied strongly. And I mean, we, as a council, we support Sport Clutha on an annual basis. And so have they changed their tune and almost not now want to support the showgrounds area, the rec centre, as the sporting hub of the Clutha district?
Yeah, so Sport Otago fully endorse what is in my letter. It's just a matter of letterhead. So the CEO, James Nation, is fully aware and behind it, along with their facilities manager and other staff. So it's not like I'm just doing it off my own back, Alison. And yeah, I do understand, and I think it's outlined in my letter, about a hub, which, I totally agree with at the at the showgrounds, which is great in theory. And it was before my time, but I know Sport Otago certainly, wanted that. And it's got to be practical though, and that's our argument. There's 7 days in a week, and there's a lot of sport on those grounds, and you just can't fit it all in with everything. You're talking about posts, line marking, athletics tracks, other markings as well, and not to mention facilities. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Further questions, Tony? Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Worship. I want to ask one as well. Just, in your opinion, is there any other compromise than just, it's quite a direct question, I'm sorry, other than the Centennial Park?
Any other compromise?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could you could negotiate with the high school. You could, really try and squeeze it in down there, but it's going to affect other people. Same with the high school. Like it's, it should be looking at a compromise the other way for it to stay at Centennial Park. It's where the club rooms are. So no, I don't believe so. No.
Any further questions, team, before we move on to the Parks Trust representative? Done. We're moving on. Questions, please, to Parks Trust. If not, well, hold on. If so, Councillor Lindman.
Obviously, with the Parks Trust, I'll talk to, I guess, Jared will be there. I want you to, what will happen at Clutha Parks Trust if the athletic club are allowed to carry on? And I ask that as I know that at this stage the pump track has been stalled. It should have been started being done. So we've got I understand there's a pump track ready to go, but I actually want some clarification on what it actually means to Clutha Parks Trust if the athletic club are able to, and how it can be managed, or if it can be managed, if the athletic club can use the grounds.
First of all, I certainly don't really want to be in this situation, but I will go back to sort of 2016 or 17 when the council come to groups asking them to do community groups in the community, and we got our group together with a lot of volunteers, come up with plans. We got outside funding, we got council funding, come to the council several times with our plans, and the council were fully 100% in behind us. Now, we're in a situation where, and bearing in mind that the athletics club was in recess for quite a number of years, and it was never ever going to be an issue because the athletics club was in recess, and if they restarted, it could be relocated somewhere else. Look, all this has been in the reports that's gone out. moving forward with all the time and effort that we've put in, with the full backing of the council over the last 7-8 years, if this all turns around and we can't continue with our plans, it's a real kick in the behind. And I can't speak for a lot of the members that have put a lot of time and effort in, but yeah, I'll have to consider how we go forward with it.
Thanks.
Further questions, Dame? Councillor Finch.
Thank you. What would happen if the athletics club has discus and javelin and those types of things around where you have other things in the park already?
Well, personally, I see a hell of a risk to any of the public, which we've built a park for the community, for everyone in the community to use. So I guess I would only think the only way to operate would be close the park while athletics on, which is disadvantaging a lot of our community.
So where they'd have some of those things now, you've already got a track going through, is that correct?
Yes, we've got, in our master plan that come to the council, we've got a connecting, because the whole perspective from you guys, the council, was to connect Nage Park to Centennial Hall. So we have in our master plans have always had that connection in there, which has been very publicly noted. So yes, there will be tracks through there. At the same time, we consulted with all the residents next door, and obviously as part of that we had the discussions with the residents, and part of our plan was to put trees in there to dampen noise and vision, just like we have with the dog park, that Clutha Vets dog park, where we had to put a berm around it to block out a lot of vision for the residents. So I guess the answer to your question, and sorry, probably another point is, as every council will well know, there can be no construction near the residents, because it is free space for future development. So we strike our shoes around moving things too close to the residents. There is a line through there that we could not encroach into. So I guess the answer to your question is, it just depends where discus and stuff is. But
Thank you.
Further questions, Tim, before we go to discussion? Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Tim. So just so that the public forum knows now, I've got to run it pretty tight, so that's the end of the interaction between us. Discussion just comes down to councillors. Who wants to open up? Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, we've got a hell of a dilemma here. We've got two valued community groups here, and we'd like to do right by both of them. But I personally feel backed into a corner, and I'm going to have to put the big boys' panties on today and make a really hard decision. As you know, we've worked with the committee, and I know they've signed MOUs, that we've agreed to the plans of the council. The group have spent many, many years working on this. The fundraising that they've undertaken is phenomenal. They have a bigger master plan. At this stage in the game, I'm sort of declaring where I'm sitting, but I feel that if we pull the rug from under their feet now, we're not going to see a community like this again in our Clutha district.
Thank you for that. I can go probably back a wee bit further, so
Yeah.
I'll go just before you, Dane. I think I joined the athletic club when I was either 5 or 6. That was the first club that I ever joined, and then played rugby for old boys. And it's probably the foundation of the athlete you see before you today, really, when you think of it. But that aside, like Dad was either chair or president of the athletic club when the building was done and the grounds were developed. The Morrisons and the Bottings and that, and all their truckloads, first time I ever drove a truck. So there's a real empathy down there. But when I came on council, and I know that many councillors are presently focused on the disproportionate allocation of money around the swimming pools, and I've often sat and thought, gee, thank goodness you don't look closely at the green space distribution, because Clutha, unlike any other town, has 14 playgrounds. It has multiple sports grounds. And we tried, with the responsibility we had to be fair to the wider district, we tried to address that a number of years ago, and the fact that we did say there's going to be a few playgrounds that we're going to cut out. We've shown our fortitude every time the neighbours have come, and we've buckled on that every time. But what we did do was we had a real problem, and it's got to be acknowledged by the group. Old Boys, 30 years ago, I don't know, Old Boys somewhere around there dissolved. The athletic club carried on in some form, but it definitely, there was no athletic club in existence when we were coming to the hard decision of what are we mowing and maintaining that entire area for. We've just spent millions and millions of dollars on the rec centre and declared it to be the sporting centre, not only of Balclutha, but the wider district. And that was where the focus was to be. Then as we went into the community consultation and said, what the heck do we do with the Nash Park? What do we do? Swimming pool. Thank goodness. Plan came out and there was that community interest came through, and a group on our behalf, I don't know, getting on a few years now, 5 or 6 years, 7 years, something, have worked, raised over $1 million. You've got to already remember the other side to it, how many million were tied up in the rec centre to establish the sports hub. And what, you know, I don't want to be awful. This is an awful situation for us to be in, that we always want to support our community champions, and I believe both you are. But I have to be honest to myself and to the councillors. I was here when it happened. What are we going to do with this lawn that we're mowing? There's just nothing. It was just 10 acres of lawn. Thank goodness someone came along 10 years ago and has worked diligently on our behalf to establish and be half or somewhere 2/3 through. So I've got no option. I'm like Ken, I'll borrow your big boy pants. I'm just going to, I cannot see after millions and millions of dollars of ratepayers' money that we could then turn around, turn a blind eye to the directions that we've given as councillors, the leadership that we've given, and go, well, let's go back to it. If someone could show me how to put a 400-metre track in the middle of a playground, it hasn't happened. But I think that what we have to do, the commitment that the council has to do, and staying true to all the community champions, is that we have to make a genuine effort and give some commitment. Yeah, if there isn't a toilet down, that's fair enough. We kids are going down there and running at the rec centre, or any of the other conditions as such, well, we've got to work through them. But I can't go backwards on the millions and millions of the rec centre or the millions of the Parks Trust or the work the volunteers have done. It would be really dumping on everything that puts me at this seat. That's where I come from. Okay.
Through you, your worship. I'm going to chuck a different lens on it. You've got a club that's been around for 60 years. It's their club rooms. They went into recess. There's trends. Sports come and go. I mean, I was a competitive BMX rider. I watched BMX thrive as a sport. I watched it die as a sport. And now it thrives again. You watch skateboarding that comes and goes. I mean, there's a group here that are getting kids off devices. You see the numbers of 40 kids. I had great pleasure the other day taking my daughter up to hockey, through to the high school there, and watching a whole bunch of combined primary schools getting together to make up teams. And I just feel that there's been some miscommunication going on, some poor communication going on. There's definitely champions in the communities on both sides. I'm not immersed in the Balclutha community myself. I mean, I come in and see it all happening here in Balclutha. But I'm actually of the opinion that we deserve to review it, and I think we need to get these two groups in the room together and work this out, and save that club rooms for that club that's been there for 60 years. Because history is worth fighting for, and they're doing a great job. So looking at it from outside, there's champions on both sides, and I really want to see them come together, collaborate, and still achieve their goals. I just think it's a large space. I haven't been highly involved with future plans or anything like that, but it is a very large space, and I'm sure that both groups together can come to a decent resolution. So I'm actually that we approve a review of the master plan. Continue this conversation. Councillor Grant.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and no disrespect to any of the parties involved, but I agree with Councillor Catherwood. And I was thinking, is there anything else in a similar situation? And I've come up with swimming club. You know, I'm thinking, there's a swimming club in Belclutha, and there's a public swimming bath. How do they do it? What they do is swimming club nights, they allocate them 3 lanes, and that's all right, you can't really do it in that, but on club night, they actually close the swimming pool to the public for competition. So I don't think we've exhausted all the possibilities here. So I tend to agree with Councillor Catherwood that maybe we should be reviewing the whole thing.
Councillor Lumen.
I've kind of been part of this group as a councillor for 8 years, but while I've been a part of it as a councillor, I've actually been a part of it as my own individual person, because I've got grandchildren here in the district and all using the parks down there. You know, as a group, there's a few of them here today. We've met every month, basically, for 8 years, and planned and worked and fundraised for this. It was an Our Place, one of the first Our Place groups formed, and we have an MOU with council to develop this area. If the athletic club, and look, the athletic club, they do their good work too, but actually I don't see how they can work around a playground. And if they were to be allowed, it makes a mockery to me of the MOU that Clutha Parks Trust have signed with council. Why on earth do we have a legal document signed giving Clutha Parks Trust the permission to develop this ground for the whole district, because it was to be a destination playground for the district? And as I say, the hours that they've spent, and now council's saying, oh, hello, you've done the work. We've actually stopped you this week because actually this has to happen. So we've got contractors waiting to go, but actually, you know, tough. And now council might turn around and say, well, sorry guys, the playground can't carry on. So what do we say to that group now that has spent all these hours doing this, and it was to be a destination playground for the district? We're lucky in Clutha. We've still got a lot of green space that I'm sure with some consulting, and we haven't done that, but we've got to sort one thing at a time. But I'm sure within the district, in Clutha here, that there's green space that can be found for an athletic track. Okay.
If there's no further people, I'm going to go for a recommendation. So, well, no, let's free the air, and I'll just do the first one. We'll receive the report. Who did that? John.
I'll move it.
Councillor Herbert, that was an easy one. Councillor Finch seconded, so we'll move the report. Seconded by Councillor Finch. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. Righto, now we're opening her up. Councillor Valwela.
Can I just ask a question there? Regarding the ownership of 12 Pearson Lane, which is the land, the club rooms, and the land the club rooms is on. Staff, do you know who owns that?
Council ownership.
Including the building?
Not the building, no, but the land.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is the building capable of being moved, or will it fall to pieces?
Stonewall.
Sorry?
Concrete block.
Oh, that's right. That's right, yes.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Worship, I don't know who could answer this question. I see some of the correspondence which is summarised here regarding the athletics club. So the ground access is from September to March, so we've got 7 months of the year. And in the amenities, they need to access drinking water and toilet facilities. So the old club rooms that are there, are they functional?
They serve the purpose.
They serve the purpose, but they're not ideal, so they're not really functional. Who pays for those amenities at the moment? Who pays the upkeep, the rates, the power?
The building is owned by the athletics club with the amenities that they have, which obviously serves the purpose. So, and they look after it and upkeep it themselves.
So they're already currently doing that. So there's obviously storage there as well.
Yep.
I think it needs highlighted though, Councillor Martin, that there were a number of years where there was no one, right through the whole process, there was no one there to, we tried to do the discussions. In fact, I think it was you that did them, wasn't it, Steve?
But what I'm alluding to, though,
recess, gone.
So yeah, so it hasn't been upkeep. There's nowhere there. There is now. And they're only looking to use it once a week. Right. Thank you.
Councillor Ludeman, you're pushing me. I'm probably going to hold. I'll do first. I'll do first time callers, and then we'll go back.
I just want to.
All right, away you go.
The council does not agree to review the approved master plan for Centennial Park. Like.
Right, that'll bring it to a head. So I've got a mover. I need a seconder, Councillor Phelps. Motions open for discussion. Exhausted the discussion. Okay, we're going to hang them high when we do it, please. Julie, you ready to? So when we do it, I want to show you. So the motion, to clarify it, is that council does not agree to review the approved master plan. So in effect, that is, you know what in effect that is. So please, when we do the vote, can you hold your hand up until Julie gives the signal that she's done it? So all those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands and say aye.
Councillor Martin, have you got your hand up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Your worship.
Those against, please raise your hands and say no.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your worship.
Motion's carried. So seeing as the motion's
Julie, have you got the
carried.
names?
Ooh, hold them high, guys. Julie.
Oh, I've got it.
You got them?
First two. So there is another part. If we go from there, we now go down to 2.2.
It just follows your worship, so that 2.1 and 2.2 were just inclusive in depending upon the answer in terms of the resolution for number 2. So it's automatic that if you had agreed, 2.1 would kick in. If you disagree, 2.2 kicks in. It kicks in.
Technically, we could say, hold on now, because technically we could say no, we won't do that either.
Yes.
I get what you mean, but
I'm happy to move.
yeah, I need to resolve it so
I
that
mean,
we do
2.1.
assist.
Yes, so that we agree to include, we assist and continue discussions to assist them to find alternative practice grounds in Maltese.
Yes, I'll second that one. Any discussion on that? So you realise what we're doing? We're just saying, hey, there was an option that we might not have. I wouldn't like to think that's the case, but we need to resolve that with a vote. So Councillor Finch has moved, I seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. Thank you for that, team. And can I say to both groups, because I know that it's a contentious issue, we do support our community champions, and that's a hell of a thing for a council to have to go through. I appreciate it too. Can we please now go to, we're making headway. 26. Right. Who's the boot marker? Who is it? Olivia and Olivia. Kia ora, Olivia. Okay, team, can we pull her in? We've got Olivia here to help us with the discussion on the boot market. Chair's Liberty, we've got spokespeople, but I think Brodie is the spokesperson, and then there's a support person. That aside, they can engage and speak to the item. Floor's yours though, Olivia. Welcome, which?
Kia ora. So I'm Olivia Dixon, a planning officer here at council. I'm sure you've seen Olivia Restio, which gets quite confusing for us in the team. So through your worship, I'll take the report as read and I'm open for any questions.
Questions to Olivia? Councillor Fudge.
The fencing that they are proposing to put up, do you see that as safe to stop children accessing the main road, please?
So the fencing was indicated to be, through your worship, the fencing was indicated to be quite a bright colour, I think bright orange. So that should be enough to deter, and I would think that children are being supervised by their parents.
And there'll be standards or something to hold them in place.
That is my interpretation of what has been proposed.
Thank you.
Further questions, then, Councillor Phelps.
Regarding that fence, so is the intention to put it up every market day? Because like it is a busy main road. I'm not knocking the big market. I see how successful it's been down the bottom of the hill, but I'm just wondering by the bridge. My fear is probably the children running onto that road. So is that fence going to be put up and down in such a way kids can't get through?
Through your worship, my understanding is yes, but I would refer that question on to Brodie, who may have more to add to that one.
So we may just stand here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be doing everything in our power to make that as sturdy, as vibrant, so that the kids will actually see it, and making smaller access ways so that wheelchairs or anything can still go through. Mums with prams can go through at the top of the bridge end, where there is actually a barrier that sort of comes around a wee bit further, and at the other end by where the pedestrian crossing is. So that whole bit would be blocked off. With probably, I don't know what the fencing sort of goes to, but you'd be looking at about this height. Yeah, and we'll put it up and down each week.
I'd just like to say congratulations, it's very successful.
Thank you. Yeah. Got a great community that's getting behind it, so yeah.
Not sure which one of our planners can help here, but I do have a point. So it's not widely known, but the ground in question is our memorial ground. World War I that was established. There used to be a croquet or a tennis courts where the hall was, and those trees and that exact bit of ground was and still is our memorial ground. There's intentions to, well, it's not for me to say, but there's the possibility, because we gave a rock solid assurance that that is the memorial component of it was. I want to make that aware. That aside, because I know that Lawrence has a memorial ground and others do. Is there a precedent? I don't understand. Is a memorial ground hallowed earth, do not touch, there as a ground, or is it a ground that you can have functions on? I don't know. I don't want to cut across the path.
Through your worship, that's something I would have to investigate myself to get a straight answer. I'm not sure I could
It wouldn't be a
USDO
planning
may
answer.
know, but
It wouldn't be a planning answer, your worship. It's just there's nothing legal or statutory about that. As we discussed, we've already removed the gardens and things like that. One of the points about this is that it's not a permanent exemption, and if Tacoma and council develops the plans for that memorial garden that would impact or mean that it really can't work, then we have that ability to give plenty of notice and end that arrangement. So it wouldn't impact on future development. We all know now we've mowed over things. It's bare ground in that, and I think the memorial nature of it would assume the memorial mana side of it if we developed it, as opposed to what it currently sits at. So it's just temporary use of it in its current state, but doesn't preclude future development to a memorial sense if that's what we want.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out in other areas like round Milton, that's the memorial bit. But there's other things, and as long as it's not being desecrated, they're able to utilise and use it for other things. So I don't see that being an issue.
Because the point, I know that your Memorial Garden, I've only ever seen for Anzac Day services and things with, I've never seen it as anything else.
Yeah, no,
And I'm too far away from Lawrence. But, you know, John, do you know of functions happening in your Memorial Garden other than Anzac?
Nothing really springs to mind, Your Honour, but I think the wider of the people going to the market days on the memorial ground would pay homage to the area
Yeah,
itself.
it'd be nice to do somewhere.
That'd be good.
I'm comfortable with the answer. Further questions to Councillor Herbert?
Thank you, Your Worship. Is there any other areas that have been considered for this in Balclutha?
Through your worship, I was just reviewing the application provided, so I'm unaware if any other areas were considered. I could refer that on to Brodie if you'd like.
I don't know Balclutha that well, but it just seems a bit odd to me that we're sort of trying to shoehorn in between a road and the new diploma and everything, and there's vast areas of space around the recreation centre and the showgrounds and all sorts of places I would have thought would be more applicable. You've got a great big car park at the rec centre would be.
Brodie, you're welcome to that.
I just
Yeah.
seems a bit strange that, because
So we're trying to also get the traffic that's going through Balclutha to stop on the main street. So currently where we are down at PGG, we do get a lot of people that are passing through, going to other events or, you know, just meeting family or whatever it is, travelling through. If we are off that beaten track and we're not on that main road, then we're not going to be stopping traffic more. So the thought of having it at that particular location would be to help, you know, the other businesses in that area of people stopping that might not have otherwise stopped, but also to incorporate people to start using and going and visiting the beautiful new building, Topoma. There'll be people that come to the market that have never stepped foot in there that might actually go in, drop their kids off to go to the movies, or they go down the street or hold a stall themselves. Their kids might actually be watching a movie at the time. So it's to try to help utilise that space as well.
so just while I've got you on the, so do you honestly think when it's teeming down with rain and someone's got the tray of cupcakes that they're actually not going to drive on the grass?
No, they won't. No, so we won't be having any vehicles on that grass.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. So everyone will have to carry, if they're setting up stalls, they'll have their, like I'll have to carry a fair bit because I'm doing the fruit. So, like I want to be able to have a marquee or a gazebo over the top, have my table set up. Actually, Jules has seen it in action a few times. Actually, Gain has been there as well. I can get weights for it as well, because the idea eventually is for us to actually bring in the gazebos as well for people to use, so that we actually set it up and they're allocated a spot, and all they have to do is bring their stuff to it out of the back of their car, go park their car around the corner, do the market, come back, take it away. So they will have a lot of lifting to do. But I did the Telford market. You have to carry a lot of stuff a long distance in that as well. So it's no different than other markets.
Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks for coming along, Brodie. Look, you've already answered one question. I had a question about visibility. I thought that would be important to you. I also have a question about a contingency for wet weather events. Do you have one, or you did it postponed?
So same as a lot of other outside markets is that we have the gazebos. So like if you go to the Dunedin Farms Market, if it's bad weather, they're still outside.
And the final question then is, we've got to consider all the risk for council, of course, and we've talked about the fence right at the start, and I'm going, well, would this be any less, or would this be worse than what your current position is? And I'm going, no, it wouldn't, because you're on State Highway number 1 at PGG, right? So you're right on the roadside.
Yeah.
No fencing. Have you ever had an accident or anything gone wrong there?
No. There's been a couple of toots. I will admit that there's
Yeah.
been a couple of toots, but we haven't had any accidents or anything.
So this is probably possibly a safer site.
Yes, definitely, because we would have everyone's vehicles around the back anyway, in the car parked area, out of the way. At the moment, people do park on that main street, which then is causing, which could potentially cause a blind spot. Yeah.
Brodie, like the first time, good on you. Haven't put, you know, it's your gig. But I did think, like, it's so successful down where it is. And have you contacted Dean Cochrane or Blair Cross Yeah, the paddock right beside, so you can extend it out and just put a gate and you're out in the paddock and where you are.
Yeah, I have thought of that, but it's not necessarily practical for some of the people that, if it's wet weather or anything like that, it's boggy, if vehicles, people having to go down. We do get a lot of older storeholders, that are doing a bit of knitting or have made preserves or, lots of different things, secondhand items. That would then be a safety risk for them if it was wet, with possibly slipping or anything like that. So I have looked over there, but I don't think it would be overly practical because it becomes a very wet area in there.
Then the other side was, it will mean moving from Saturday to Sunday, you'd do a deal with the Wrightson's car park and use their car park and veranda and extend it right round. Have you talked to them and
still would come under health and safety issues, being a work site. If anything was to happen on that part while they're not actually operating, then it's sort of a tricky one.
You've considered your options.
Yeah.
That's fine. Councillor Mark.
It's probably a question for Olivia. This Olivia. Is it worth considering like presenting councillors with an option of just a 12-month trial period instead of a 3-year? Just to see how it goes.
Through your worship, that is something I did consider, and I saw that previous exemptions did last for 3 years. However, this does include a quick get out clause, I suppose, where if things weren't going to plan, you could remove the exemption sooner, but it definitely could be a consideration to shorten that time period.
I'm just thinking, your worship, more of a bit of a trial period to see if it suits. Just seems 3 years is a long time.
I was just thinking I was going to have to do standing orders if I can't understand a word with lollies in your mouth. No more questions.
They're actually peanuts, your worship.
Your worship, I was just saying, I think what we were looking at was, we looked at the same thing about 3 years and seemed to be a period. But there's an immediate get out option.
Section
and
3
it can be applied. So I don't think 3 years is an issue in that sense because of that.
So let's free things up and get things flowing with it. We'll move. Happy to move. We received the report by Councillor Catherwood, Councillor Payne, seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Now we've had a general discussion. I'm sort of at the point that I might shut it down. Oh, yeah, you did right. We've had question time. So thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Brodie. Matters open for discussion. Councillor Grant.
Just through you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of questions that concern there about the safety. You ever drive through Alexandra on a Saturday morning, they have a market there, Pioneer Park, and there's no fencing along there. Don't seem to have been any accidents. And the rec centre on a Saturday, school sports would probably cut that one out. So I don't see any issues with having there. I think it's actually would add to it. And if the kids want an ice cream, there's always go to the cinema, they mate.
Further time? Dane.
I'm on the same boat, to get the community, at your community hub, the more the community at the community hub, the better. I think the honour to the fallen soldiers of the community coming together is in that area is quite appropriate. I've read the conditions that come in section 3. There's an easy get out clause if it goes the wrong way. I'm fully supportive of 2, number 1.
Moving that way.
I'm definitely moving that way.
And I'm going to move it. Councillor McCluskey seconding it. Motion's open for discussion. Councillor Wheeler.
Just fully supportive. Where family lives, kids live, there's a market up there in Motueka. They actually closed the car park, which is the library or more than the library car park, probably the equivalent size of the car park at Tacoma at the moment. And that gets closed for the market day for the morning, and storeholders set up there. That's very successful. It's it's hard to move around. It's only people outside of the district, so I envisage something similar for this as well.
Thank you, Councillor Volwell. Righto, team. Exhausting the discussion, are we? We've already done it. We're ready for a vote. Do I do hands as well? I suppose I better. So please show of hands as well. All those in favour, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Too easy. I think because of that, the rest go away, don't they? Thank you, Olivia and Olivia. Thank you, Brody. Thank you, team support. Over the page, remember we're stepping out to number 8 and then stepping back. So we're going to page 135. Where I thought you'd stay for this one, Brody. Vehicles on beaches. Who's doing the vehicles? Which Jules is doing vehicles on beaches?
I'm happy to take the reporter's read, Your Worship. Answer any questions.
Questions for Jules' team? Yeah, Roy, what we'll do is we'll exhaust staff questions, then we'll go. I got a bit muddled with Brady. I should have done that demarcation line a bit better.
Through you, Your Worship, just in terms of the consultation process and significance, Peter's helped do that part, so we might defer some questions on that for him, depending on what the topic is.
So questions to any staff member. Councillor Catherine, followed by her.
My question would be is when we produce our bylaw, we agreed we were heading for reduction in the speed, and we knew that we were delaying that action being actioned with the speed management plan, along with our townships and our schools. And we've come back and we're still proceeding with schools and with lesser investment. 30. Where are we at with our beaches? Why have we not got the speed reduction done?
Through you, Your Worship, I know they've only just in last year put in the new rules for setting a speed limit, so I'd have to get some information back from our roadies team about what the process would be from here on, which is wider than just beaches. But so at this stage, I don't have an answer for you, but I'll make sure that Donna's available to.
Through you, Your Worship. So with the central government changes where we required to revert proposed initial speed reductions, we actually have to do a cost benefit analysis, and they're actually providing us a toolbox to do those calculations. To date, as of yesterday, we still haven't received that toolbox. So once we get that, then the team can start doing those calculations to make the determinations, in which time then we can bring it forward to a council report for you to make the decisions on whether or not you want to revert back to what were original speeds, or if the calculations are proving contrary to that.
Councillor Volwell.
Just following on from that, would a reduction in speeds, would that be a separate thing to the vehicles on beaches bylaws? So it wouldn't necessarily be consulting on the.
Yes, it was a separate process, Your Worship. I suppose the difference too is the speeds only just reduces the speed on beaches, obviously, whereas the schedule would prevent, other than in certain circumstances, prevent vehicles on some beaches or whatever beaches are included in the schedule.
So reduction or consultation on speed doesn't require consultation on the bylaw as such. Okay.
Separate processes.
Yeah.
And also, like, I could do donuts at 10 kilometres an hour, I think. Loss of traction's what it is. So there, I see how they're tied, but they're not intrinsically tied, are they? So further questions for staff before we move to questions from members of the public? Councillor Herbert.
So can we not achieve what we've had, I suppose, having been involved in this whole process, and we had some fairly strong views on either side, and it has to be said, we probably kind of landed on a fairly neat middle. But during this, my memory being that, and it even alludes to it here, because it says advisory note, safe zones may be created, deleted, or amended by council following resolution, following appropriate monitoring and consultation. we've had appropriate monitoring and it's bound to be it doesn't work on some beaches. So can we not just add some beaches to safe zones and save ourselves the whole bother of going through? Because what's happened is that these people have proven they can't behave on these beaches. So take the vehicles clean off them. Just include safe zones. That's my question, is can we not just have a longer list of safe zone beaches?
So sorry, you just answered your own question when you made the statement, councillor. You just picked out one part of it, which was you forgot the bit that says following appropriate consultation. So if we look at
it says appropriate monitoring
and consultation, you said, and I'm sure I think it's in there.
Yeah.
And so what we have to do is, if we're proposing a new, in addition to the schedule, putting into the schedule of that, we have to do consultation.
But it doesn't actually mean if we follow that path, we don't actually have to revisit the whole bylaw.
No, there was never any intention to revisit the bylaw. This resolution only talks about the consultation necessary if you were going to propose to add a beach into the schedule.
Just to add to that, however, I can't actually quote the clause, but there's specific reference in the bylaw to say any change to the schedule or schedules constitutes a change to the bylaw itself. And then because of that, you basically have to go through a full consultation process.
Yes, Peter, but not a review of the bylaw. Right?
No,
it's a consultation process for the schedule.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Your worship, you see on page 141 the Rangers monitoring notes, and there's a long list of bloody everything that they shouldn't be doing on it. There's the speed, there's all about seagulls getting run over, sea lions being harassed with bloody donuts around them. It's clearly what is got in place at the moment isn't working. It needs to be tidied up. Obviously, working on with Councillor Herb, just get rid of the bloody vehicles off the beaches.
And your question?
End of story.
Good luck.
We're in discussion now.
No, we're not. We're still in questions because we're doing questions for staff and questions for members of the public, then demarcation on into discussion. So we've exhausted questions for staff. No, we haven't. Councillor Kennedy.
Sorry. I know our ranger does a great job, but does the power of finding these people is too hard?
Through you, Your Worship, at the moment, there's no reason that they can't be on the beach. There are other provisions about some of the behaviours that could be done.
I mean, their behaviour. If they are, in technology today, everyone's got a phone on them, and they're proven that they are the ones that have speeding or done the damage, that they pay.
That would probably be a question for the police at this stage, which they've been reluctant to do too much enforcement action on the beach.
No.
I came across one, Michelle, and I did some super sleuthing because I thought, well, the locals have got to know. There wasn't an inch that wasn't donated. Nope. The old marital rules were in or something, but everyone there was nothing coming out.
That's it.
Pushed as many locals as I could, and there was nothing coming out. So it's a hard one. Further questions to staff team? Councillor McCrossley.
It seems to be that it's Tautog and Cannibal Bay, the two major problems.
Well, Jack's Bay, you can name them.
Points.
Just which one?
Like a Tautog, can you shut it down to just the crib holders?
Hello?
You have to remember, through your worship, the bylaw provided the mechanisms and the controls applying to any beaches in the schedule. So you already had worked through in the bylaw all those provisions. All the schedule does is identify a beach, and I believe the geographical parameters probably for which the bylaw is to be applied. So you've done, the bylaw contains all the provisions and what are the rules associated with that. The schedule then has the ability to put a beach into it for which the rules will apply.
Further questions for staff team? Have we done it? don't think Roy can contain himself another minute, so we're better. Roy, please, if you could come to the microphone. Questions for Roy, please. Questions, team? Councillor Finch.
Thank you. After the latest horrific death of the last sea lion, has the behaviour changed any on the beaches?
I don't think so. We have no concrete other incidents, but you know, when you look at what your ranger, your freedom camping ranger, has documented, you know, it's a short period of time over summer, and he's documented 14 incidents of extreme behaviour which are totally contrary to your bylaws already. So, no, we don't have any other information.
Have you noticed locals going out more and trying to stop vehicles on beaches?
Yes, well, we had the incident. Well, and to answer Councillor Kennedy's question is, yes, we have phones that people can take pictures of people behaving badly. But the incidents on Tautuku Beach, that the drivers on those utes were extremely intimidating. They were actually driving at those people on the beach. And the people who were there, who were actually concerned about it, were actually afraid for their lives, actually.
Did they go to the police?
They did go to the police.
What happened?
Well, the police, by the time the police got there, they'd gone. You know, and we have one police person in Owaka, and they, like your freedom camping ranger, can't be there, can't be everywhere all the time.
Councillor Mackie.
Did they not get a number plate?
Yeah, interesting. No, they didn't manage to do that. They were frightened. They were genuinely frightened. And you know, unless you actually have photographic proof, then it's
like if you ban people off the beaches, that particular style of person, do you think that rule would really make them stay off the beaches, or are you going forward? You're punishing the citizen who goes and he just does, you know, it might be the people who go and launch their boats down at Taota. You're punishing the people that use the beach with consideration, don't hassle. So that's 90% of the people are being punished because of a 10%.
Yeah, but not. I think those statistics are not true either. I think we have probably 5% of people want to put boats in. 80% of people want to go and enjoy the beach, and another 5% of the people want to go and hoon on the beach. So it's the bulk of the people who want to go and enjoy the beach, which we should be looking at. It's not the people. We're going to disadvantage people if we stop people going on the beach. There's no question about that. There are people who will be disadvantaged by that. But the damage that is being done by the inconsiderate people is actually outweighs now, and we have proof of it over 2 years, outweighs that disadvantage.
Through you, Worship, if we could just clarify, just a reminder, the bylaw already has exemptions from safe zones for emergency vehicles, council and central government vehicles to launch a boat, and also where a property can only be accessed by that beach. So those people going to Tautuku, people launching boats, the safe zones won't affect them.
Councillor Finch.
So therefore, Jules, how do we get on when the public want to take their great auntie, their grandma, their mother that's in a wheelchair?
Two options: they either go to a beach that doesn't have a safe zone, or they talk very nicely to the chief executive for an exemption.
Yeah.
We have to make sure there's a lot of things around that so they know.
Councillor Cathwood.
So, just thinking of that example, when Tautuku crib owner has an exemption to access along the beach, do we put a gate we gate the beach off, so you have to have a key, because otherwise the beach is still open, and the person, the bad guy, the 5%, I don't even think it's 5%, they're probably talking probably out of accessing the beach, the 0.5%, are you still going to stop that idiot? No way. Because unless you seriously say you're going to gate the beach off, like,
You can prosecute them, though.
correct.
I mean, your worship, I mean, you've got to remember and be careful what you're debating and what you're questioning is that you've already decided on and consulted on the bylaw that does certain things. And I think some of the things you're asking questions about or positing or suggesting might happen relates to something you've already decided upon that isn't up for debate at this particular time. What is up for debate is simply, do you want to put beaches on there or do you not want to put beaches on there with all the things that had previously been debated because of the bylaw as a consequence. So the bylaw's not up for debate. It's just whether you're going to put a beach into a safe zone.
Thank you. Through you, Worship, question to Roy. On our agenda item, we've got the initially it was recommended there were 8 beaches that were mentioned, safe beaches. The recommendation here is that we consider a smaller number of critical beaches initially. Can you tell me, do you have any thoughts on which beaches perhaps might be the critical ones that we should look at first?
Yeah, okay, yep, we do. Papatawai is a beach that definitely needs a safe zone. Surat Bay and Cannibal Bay. We believe Kaka Point to the Nuggets should be a total safe zone beach there. And you know, Jacks Bay, it's getting hammered by bikes and four-wheelers. Easy access off the road there. So that's another one which, and you know, we have penguins and sea lions and elephant seals and things there as well. So you know, yes, we would like a total ban on all beaches, you know, and to align with what Dunedin has done and what Southland has done, except for Derriti Beach. But we think that those that I've mentioned are the critical ones.
Councillor Cathwood. So Jules then would, some of those beaches you mentioned, Roy, I mean, you did make a statement, total ban of all beaches, but that wouldn't be possible. Papatawai was not part of the bylaw. Teltuku Beach was it? No, it was Tahakopa Bay Beach, wasn't it? So it was completely missed. So that would require full reconsultation to designate it?
No. So through your worship.
So any new beach could come part.
Absolutely, because, and the other reason for that is because to add a beach to the schedule requires the full process, like you were changing the bylaw. So the consultation side of it is still a month's consultation and all those sorts of things. But we're only reviewing which beaches would be added to the schedule. That's the only thing that's been consulted on, not the rest of the bylaw. But there's still a full consultation process required to add those beaches to the schedule.
And I was just checking your worship with Jules when you were starting to discuss actual potential beaches, and we know the resolution doesn't talk about actual beaches in there. And I was just checking with, you know, what was the intention of the process if we were going to proceed, and it would have to be that we would need to come back with, time for council to make a decision on what beaches are to be included in a proposal. So that would be part of what would need to happen if you were going to go down this pathway. And the only other second thing we would note, your worship, is that price of 17,000, because we don't have the resources. I think Jules was saying it's based on about 3 or 4, was it? 3?
Yeah, about three beaches, because they've got to do a bit of research around them and have the information.
Okay, Timo, we're exhausted the questions. Can we head in? No, we can't.
Just a quick question. So is the main problem over summertime?
It's the main time where there is lots of bad behaviour, but it's not total. You know, the winter time too, there's still people out there on bikes, and your holiday weekends, long weekends, there's still people out there on the beaches.
So my next question then, because we've got sort of three options here, and the two options, if we are going to agree to do something, we say 2.2 there talks about doing it after the next local body election. So my question would be to staff is, have we got time post the next elections to have it in place before the next summer? Does that make sense? If we're having the elections on the 11th of October, and that this consultation period is going to happen after that, have we got time on 2.2 there?
No, we don't really, because.
Well, you wouldn't have time to do it by next summer, would you?
No, because once the council has to be voted in.
That's right, that's
sort of
right,
Stuff,
that's my
and there's a
question.
whole month's consultation process after the consultation's been adopted. The other thing we do through you, Your Worship, is we have noted there's lots of consultation coming up, and it would be, don't recommend confusing the local water, our water consultation that we have to do with this process, but it's up to council to confirm when we want to do it as per the options in the report.
Yeah, but if we leave it till after the next local body elections, we're talking about losing a whole lot of summer.
Yeah. Too long.
Okay, councillor Payne.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. But clearly there needs to be something done here, but I'm wondering whether the review is actually going to solve the problem. I mean, is it going to keep the people off the beaches? And actually, how the hell are we going to regulate it? So there's some questions in my head that I don't understand completely. I mean, the biggest thing's keeping them off there. That's what we want ultimately, isn't it?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, okay. I think the access is the key. We just have to block off the access. So we just remove that option so that they can't get their vehicles off the access. Okay, if they really want to, they'll take an excavator down there and they'll make a new one. But that's a lot of work, you know. So, you know, if we block off the access, you know, down at Tautuku, we had people down there camping, and council decided that they didn't want to have camping down there anymore. And so they that whole parking area at Tautuku Beach, you fenced it off. People don't go and camp there anymore. So, you know, it can be done. With Tautuku Beach, it is a real issue, you know, because the cribbies do need to get access along the beach. And one of the thoughts I had is that, okay, it'll cost gazillions of money, but you need to put in a barrier, and you can have a barrier arm with a swipe card. The cribbies get a swipe card, like you do going out of the parking buildings wherever they are. Swipe card, they get access, nobody else does. You know, okay, you've got to have power, you've got to have mechanisation, you've got to make it secure, but you know, it could be
millions.
Eh?
You've got to have millions.
Yeah, well, you do, but you know, you guys are rolling.
Your Worship, just to answer Councillor Payne, again, I think you're looking at it from the wrong perspective, Councillor. That you chose and you worked through a process to create a mechanism by which you decided you would go to manage the issues for the beaches. That mechanism, in all its pluses and minuses, was the Vehicle on Beaches bylaw that allowed a schedule to put some beaches on. That was your mechanism, which someone would argue now might be weak, it might not be enough, the provisions aren't good enough. The only way to change that would have been to say, we will review the whole bylaw and we will review those whole mechanisms again. What you're being asked to do is simply use the mechanisms you have put in place, whether they are good, bad, or whatever. And the way that you have got that done is you have an ability to put a beach on there subject to the rules in the bylaw. Whether or not they're good enough, that's a totally different issue, because that's what you agreed to. So if you've got worries about the thing in general and total, that's a review of the bylaw. But this is about using what you have put in place and putting in something into the schedule. That's what the consultation would be about. And I guarantee you, you put something in there, there'll be all the things that you've said and everybody else has said, and they'll be all debating things that relate to the bylaw. But the beauty of the consultation is it's only about whether or not a beach is in or it's out. right? So, and that's what we'll have to make sure to separate. Whether people agree that it's good or bad, poor or indifferent, that's what it's about.
Okay, team, questions finally for,
Could I possibly ask a couple of questions?
I'm afraid I've got to go real tight because that gives you an advantage that others don't have at the moment as we're about to make a decision.
Right.
So we can have questions going that way, we can have answers coming back.
Right.
How you manipulate the answer is up to you, I suppose, but I've got to be careful that I don't give too much latitude to the process. So I'll go back to Councillor Catherwood.
Oh, I'd like to just move that we receive recommendation 1.
Oh, you haven't done that yet? Free it up. There we go. We're going to move in a second. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Now, we'll go back for one last chance to ask Roy any questions and then we're going into discussion. Councillor McAtamney.
Roy, you mentioned before about the Southland District and the need in having councils having bans on their beaches. Have they been effective? Has it changed the behaviour?
It certainly has. Yeah, you know, they still have some issues on beaches which are, you know, Tom Hawk Beach is still open to vehicles to, you know, launch boats and things like that. And they do have some issues there with people behaving badly, and especially towards sea lions on that beach. But it's, you know, nothing to what we have here, and there's more people there. So you know, there's more people actually to help police and to help identify, you know, offenders. So you know, you got a letter from the Department of Conservation who support, you know, a ban on vehicles on beaches, and they highlighted the fact that you know, Cluth is an anomaly on the east coast of the South Island without having the exclusion of vehicles on beaches, and that's a total ban. You know, Arete Beach in Southland is the only one and that's Bert Munro, because he rode motorbikes on there. Everybody else is allowed to too. So, you know, yeah, it's an anomaly.
Right, team, I'm conscious of time and the fact that we've got lawyers coming soon. So, Ali.
Just a quick question for staff. Are we able to have a consultation process once the election process starts, or do we actually have to have?
You get your 3 months, Muslim.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
the pre-election period's from the 9th of July, so we're not
Yeah.
supposed to be
Yeah,
doing anything that we don't have to do through that period.
Right, team, I'm going to roll it if we can. Thank you, Roy, for coming. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We'll now head into discussions. I'll open up the discussion. So I need to go through in my mind where the heck this is, because there's that many components to it. And I know that as a Kiwi, I've always enjoyed the freedoms of going down onto the beach, regularly fish, regularly dive. One time especially for me was when I was diving and I saw the pack down the south end of Cannibal Bay. And my mother she was in her last days, in a wheelchair all her life, never been on a beach as such. And I drove down there and she was just streaming with tears. And it was always the vehicles and beaches that you've got to have a balance. Yeah, you could go and do a form I found out today or whatever, but it was that my mind was wanting to be a Kiwi, was wanting to have a balance. But boy, over the years, I've grown to appreciate those beautiful animals that for so long we just, you know, like the sea lions. When the grandkids come down, first thing we do, go to Jack's Bay, have a look at the sea lions. Was I mightily peeved off when I went down there 2 years ago? And instead of seeing the sea lions, every inch of sand was covered in squirrely marks. You should have just been here. The sea lion's gone, the pups here, they're gone. What a blooming mess. And it weighed heavily on my conscience then because when we went through that vehicles and beaches process, it was the first time that I saw a heavy distortion of the process through Facebook manipulation. And we got a lot of static and a lot of false information cluttering up the process. And hand on heart, trying to get it right. I know that so many people, you know, when you question, well, what about the wildlife? What about that won't limit happen. It'll never happen. It doesn't happen. Well, how many incidents of how many sea lions dead on the beach, how many this, that, and the next things do we have? Yeah, it does happen. So it's weighing heavily on my heart that, did we get the balance right? I'm willing to challenge that we probably didn't. We were distorted in the process, it was unfair, but what we've now got is that, so I honestly, I've got concerns in total. To go down to the expurgated review of it, we're probably going to compromise that process because we're already, the only way I can see is a clear cut, go back and do the whole thing, confront again, knowing that the Facebook page is there to distort you and try and get the true Kiwi balance of where we are. Roy, in all fairness, you know, a total ban to me, it's that Kiwi way, I probably struggle, but I'm open to listen. Am I open to shutting, opening? I need to go back through the process, although due to, if it's after October, I'm not going through, I am part of the process. So that's where I am, and that's why in the paper, and why I asked, could it at least come on a challenge council where we are with it, because I do genuinely feel that that was a process that we were heavily skewered on, and I am disappointed with the outcome. Proof of the pudding is cow shot, calf shot, seal wheel marks all round it, and the day I had down at Jack's base. So I've seen incidents. Councillor Graham.
Through you, Mr. Chair, look, we had extensive consultation, we had robust debate to come up with this policy, which Councillor Martin says is a bad policy. I don't think it's a bad policy. It's just been inadequately enforced. It's the 5% that are causing the damage. It's like saying that the speed limit, 100k speed limit on the road, is a bad policy because I got a ticket in the mail the other day. You know, it's the 5%, and the policy, it isn't to keep people off the beaches. It's to have them behaving responsibly on the beaches, and closing the beaches won't do that. So look, I'll be 2.3 all the way. Sorry.
Councillor Cathwood, followed by Finn.
Yeah, so discussion. So we actually really, the way I see it is this: we still have not finished implementing our bylaw because we still have not delivered the promise of reducing the speed. By reducing the speed and having it enforceable by law, we have a form of a way for our local police to enforce. Right? So we've asked today, was there a registration plate taken of that vehicle? No. Is there a video? No. I'll give you another example. This time last year, there was a beautiful elephant seal at Papatawai that was being harassed by an out-of-town family. And it came to me on the 2nd of January. I went down to Papatawai. It was the first I'd heard of it. You had been run. Our rangers have been there. I spoke to these community members. Has anyone spoken to the police? No. So the first thing I did is I got in my vehicle and I left that meeting with that community. I went straight back to the police station. Our policeman went straight down there that evening, 7 o'clock. By 7:30, he'd caught those offenders, those rascals, breaking road laws with no helmets on motorbikes, ready to terrorise those poor residents of Papatawai again. They had a really bad attitude and they got fined instantly. That family packed up the following morning and they left the district. And the problem was solved. We need that toolbox for this speed limit ASAP. We don't need to be going down a big consultation process again to go back, because if you want to close those beaches, unfortunately, the majority of it, when we want our communities to get educated, maybe through the media, we need to stand up for our wildlife. We need to grab those rego plates. We need to get out there and confront those idiots. The very small percentage of idiots that are wrecking this freedom in our district. And that's how I feel. So I'm sorry, I do not agree. I want to see the speed limit reduced and reduce it right down so there's a chance for our law enforcement officer to ping him every time. And I want our community to understand they need to stand up and they need to stop accepting any of this bad behaviour. Because if I see it, I certainly stand up and deal with it and the behaviour stops.
Councillor Martin.
So that this.
Oh, sorry. I did go Councillor Finch after this. So
Don't worry.
Councillor Finch, Councillor Martin.
It's my turn. I'm really, really concerned about these beautiful wild animals that bring a lot of tourists to our area to see them. I'm also concerned that we're asking people to go and confront vehicles of people that are obviously very, very well badly behaved, as in going up and actually scaring residents. I'm concerned putting them in the position of having to take a photo up close. You can zoom in with videos and stuff, yes, definitely. But I don't want our residents getting into issues with people that are really, really badly behaved. I think we need to be able to do something to fix this, and we need to have it in place before next summer. It'd be lovely to have it in place before the end of this summer, but that's not going to be a happening thing. Don't see that we can block off all of the beaches, but perhaps a few where there are major issues, we could start and show people that this can achieve saving our wildlife and keeping the irresponsible, nasty people off the beaches. Ones that have vehicles going on them because they need access to their cribs. Foreigners are not going to know that they have to have access to their beach. We certainly can't afford to have remote gates and things like that. That would be wonderful, but we do not have the funds for that. We need simple fixes. We certainly need the speed limit fixed. I agree with that. I was one that really pushed it right at the very start of this. So I think we need to do something and do it as fast as we can. I think we need to do some of the reviews, but we need to have it done before the local body elections so it can be in place before next summer.
This time, Councillor Martin.
Thank you for the opportunity, Councillor Finch.
You're welcome.
I've just about forgotten what I was going to ask. It took that long. With the bylaw, like the review, like, is there a speed limit in what we've got in place now?
100 k's, it's a road.
We have got a speed limit?
No.
No.
On a beach, it's open road.
Open road. Right, so if we go through 2.1 and review it, we can put in a speed limit? No.
It's a separate process. Separate process.
Right.
I'll explain the job.
No, you're right, thanks.
It's already.
Councillor
2 years later, it hasn't been still implemented. We've already agreed to reduce the speed. 2 years later, it hasn't happened.
Councillor Lederman.
I would certainly like to see the speed limits reduced if possible where we could, but I don't, and I'm quite happy to have a review of the bylaw, but I would unfortunately like to have it deferred until after the local body elections, because I honestly don't believe we've got time to do it properly, considering that we've got the Three Waters consultation and the annual plan consultation. So my call would be to do the review, but do it after the local body election.
Councillor Weller.
If I may, Your Worship, can I move that council agrees to include a review of the vehicle, the bylaw, Schedule 1, safe zones in the work programme, but that it is deferred until after the local body elections.
So that's 2.2?
2.2.
So we're going with 2.2. Do I have a seconder?
Second there.
Councillor Ludeman seconded, so motion's open for discussion.
And just I'll speak to my.
Oh, yeah, hold on, you're going to push me then because they'll shut it.
No, I haven't spoken to.
Oh,
You
surely I thought you
Yeah, I just moved the motion. It's with reluctance. I would like to see the review done sooner than that, but however, I'm aware of the work pressure, the work program that's coming up in the next several months, and I think it would be putting too much on to council staff to do that, to get that through in time. I certainly think we should have included some beaches in that Schedule 1 when we did our bylaw for a start. I think I might have been the only person who voted against the bylaw proceeding just as it was. So, I mean, these beaches, okay, they are roads, but we do have the opportunity to close roads, and people who often are driving on these beaches do not treat them as roads, and that they are exceeding safe speed limits. If we see donuts done on our local roads, I think most of us get a bit cheesed off with seeing that. So why should beaches be any different? I have no idea. So in the meantime, that's no, we're not going to have anything for next summer, but I think it needs to happen.
Can I say for my part, I pushed it, but the pragmatic approach of knowing the ghastly confrontation that we're going to have with Three Waters in the coming months, the fact that it's an election year and the public deserves to have some clear space around their thing, because they will get cluttered if we clutter it up. It's already a hectic time coming. The pragmatic side of me says that just as long as we lock and load that we're going to consider it. And in doing so, give the public, like what Dana said, the clear warning that if galoots keep doing it, you're pushing us tighter into a corner. If you want to have access to something, anything, best you start fessing up or taking a picture or anything. So there's a period, there could be a period of time here that's to our advantage in the fact that we're sending a clear message, and let's have the people decide. Because if they want to keep the emerita up, how many more seals or sea lions do we have to see dead before we're pushed right into a corner? So, I could go with what you're saying, Bruce. Councillor Boyle, Councillor, you've got a different name. Finch.
My question is then, could we do the consultation on just the speed on the beaches and leave the rest till later?
Different process.
I know, but nothing has happened, nothing has occurred. I know it's a different process, but I still want to see the speeds not way down in the meantime if we can't do it.
But that will happen under its own dynamics if it does happen. When they've promised that when the toolbox as such arise against considered.
Done before that.
We don't have that ability. We haven't got it yet. And
Waiting in the toolbox.
Hasn't happened.
2 years.
Hasn't happened for the district yet. It is happening, but
2 years.
Righto, team, I'm not seeing a flurry of hands, so I'm going to go to the vote. Are we all clear on what we're voting on? I'll do it with hands as well, please. So once again, keep them up so Julie's got a chance to record them as she has to. You know what we're voting on?
Councillor Mackey just.
You read it out?
2.2.
2.2. Well, you'll either be voting yay, nay, or undecided, but we're doing it. So we know what we're doing. 2.2. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Your Worship.
All those against, please raise your hand and say nay. Hold them up there, can you, for a day?
1, 2,
Just because I want it done now.
5, 6, Your Worship.
She didn't get them. Hold them high until Julie gives the green light.
It's not easy.
All done. There's no abstaining. You're right, Jim. We're right. Okay, thank you, team. So realise when we come back, we go to number 5 or something. We're probably, do we actually Come on, hurry up, Ellie, get moving. Okay, Turla team, welcome back. Now, online we have our legal advisors, Alice and Andrew. Thank you, Alice. And Andrew, Mike, I can see what he's not quite here. And then there'll be Gas, because God, it annoys me to be the second longest serving mayor. And when we're at Waitangi, everyone came running up to me. No, they weren't. It was my new colleague, Ben Bell. So it's great to have Ben here after 3 years, already more recognised in New Zealand with me. And I haven't got time to rectify the situation, but thanks, Benny, for coming up and supporting us. I'll do more formal introductions when it's your time, but we do have the lawyers online. Thank you for assisting us. Do I go straight to the lawyer or Jules? You'll want to speak, so Jules first.
Yes, so thank you, Your Worship. So Council actually resolved in December last year to investigate 3 options as part of the local water done well process. A standalone entity, a single council CCO and a multi-council CCO, and you actually resolved to delegate to the Chief Executive to explore those options. We have a requirement to consult and have our water services delivery plan with the DIA by September this year. As part of that process, we originally did some work with Morrison Lowe, and the paper that's before you is one that's going to 4 councils who've expressed an interest of just working together to look at what a multi-council CCO might look like. We do have Alice available if there's any questions about the agreement, which was attached and sent out to you subsequent to the agenda. And we also have Andrew Strawn, who's available if there's any questions about the technical process we've got to this point. So this same agenda is going to all 4 councils who have expressed an interest at this stage of working together. There'll be a consultation process and a decision process for council later in 2024 about where we head. But this is effectively a follow-up to our agenda item in December last year to continue the process. So I'm happy to pass to Steve for any comments as well.
I suppose the only thing I would probably add, Your Worship, is that this resolution doesn't require council to indicate a preference at this point. I think that's because we don't have all the information that you can make that decision. I think through my recollection of the timing of what we're bringing forward to you is the 20th of March. I think that meeting is where we are highlighting, bringing you the information about the impacts, pluses and minuses of all the three options. And at that point, because consultation would follow, you would be looking to indicate a preference there. So these resolutions don't require that. These are just about signing up to the commitment agreement, which you have there, and the legal team can advise further on that. There are always outs to things for it, but the next step is around determining preference once more work is done and brought to you. And other than that, that's all I think we want to highlight to focus on what actually the resolutions are and what we're asking you to decide.
Okay, so I should do the old demarcation line. So questions for staff, questions for lawyers. There'll be opportunities for questions for Mayor Bell, but we should do it in that order, please. So questions for staff first. Are you wanting, Jules, or time for lawyers?
No. So in terms of the support that are available online, it's really for you, the council. If you have any questions before you make your decision, they're here to answer any questions. So,
yeah. Okay, King. So, so questions for either staff or mayor or lawyers before we go to Ben. Ben's going to give a bit of a presentation. So, do you have questions for either Councillor Herbert?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mine's to the legal team available. Inherently, I'm a little bit pessimistic, and experience has shown me that signing any kind of agreement, if you have to go and dust it off, you've generally got a problem. So in here, my question is this the first time you've written up such an agreement, or are we using a well tried and true template here?
So this is the template that was provided by DIA for councils to use for this purpose. We've obviously never done one of these before because no council has embarked on this process before. But it includes a lot of very standard terms that we would see in other commitment agreements of this type when you've got two, commercial entities trying to work together towards a contracted outcome.
Thank you.
Further questions, Tony? Cool. Okay then, so can I please, Alice, if I can make sure that you and Andrew are on the line as we go through these discussions in case something pops up. I know that I had a heap of legal questions for the other day and I've exhausted them, but as the discussions evolve, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the councillors have legal questions. So if you could please, if you could stay on the line.
Absolutely.
And just checking team questions for staff before I grab my colleague. Okay. So, Ben, firstly, welcome to the council chambers and thank you for coming and assisting us. Councillors, the reason why I wanted to have Ben come, or Ben offered, and I said yes, was quite simply because you've only been hearing from one person, me, which is a wee bit of a fragile conduit to the wider process. And Ben can give a perspective on how he sees it from the wider grouping, whereas obviously I'm Clutha-centric. So, Ben, if you could, because we've only got the microphone here, if you can come up. And can I say on his way up, my honest belief now is that the way the system has broken the three waters down to be where we are today, our only hope is with the young ones. I've been so impressed with Ben coming in, fresh, giving a new insight, and it has given me confidence that as I'm heading out the door, I'm glad there's some young ones heading in the door to repair the damage. So Ben, thank you for coming and assisting us. Really love to hear your thoughts on where we're at as a wider group from your perspective.
Thank you for that, Your Worship, and thank you for the council to have me here today. My council went through this process on Tuesday, as some of you may have read, and I thought, I didn't actually know I'd be doing a presentation, so I thought I'd just touch on some of the thoughts that my council had so that we can get a bit of perspective of the overall conversation. And just before I get underway, Brian was actually recognised quite a few times in Waitangi, just as the wrong person. He was known as the Prime Minister up there, so. But to get into the matters at hand, look, my council, as many of you around the table probably are feeling pretty uneasy about all of this. It's a once in a generational decision that we're all going to have to make at some point. This is ultimately just continuing to explore it. In my personal opinion, it's just putting a legal framework around the decision that we all made in December around wanting to work together. At the end of the day, as I reassured my councillors, this still will have to come into some sort of format to be given to the public, and then it will ultimately be up to the public to choose what they want to do. If they want to go with a standalone arrangement, then that's their prerogative, and we'll have to consider it as council. If they want us to do a multi-council CCO, then that's the option that we'll explore. We talked a little bit about we got a little bit political, as you do, and our council shares a bit of disappointment around the cities not being involved. Primarily Christchurch, Dunedin, and for us in Invercargill have all said that they want to go alone, which kind of feels to us like they're leaving the rural councils to hang out to dry. We don't particularly feel that that's fair, but ultimately that's the prerogative of the ministers to try and sort out, and ultimately they've got to do what's right for their communities. We just don't think that's fair. The other main point that we talked about was around cost sharing. When we work with our partners in Southland, so both Southland District and Invercargill are significantly bigger than us, we quite often get a little discount to recognise our size. That isn't the case in this agreement. We're an equal shareholder, an equal partner in terms of fees, so that was a concern that was raised as well. But councillors all found that in the spirit of working together, that we need to contribute our 25%. those were the main concerns raised by our council. Ultimately, when we look at a standalone, the numbers don't look great, and when you add an addition of trying to find your own chief executive, your own board, your own everything, that is just something that's not particularly palatable to my council. So happy to answer any questions.
Turn off aeroplane mode.
Happy to answer any questions. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with Brian, Tamer and Gary up to this point, and I'm excited to meet and work with the councillor if you decide to appoint one today as well to that team. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. So questions for Ben, please. You've only been listening to me. It's a good chance to get another perspective.
He's just given it.
Yep. Hey.
Ben, how's your locals' rough feeling? How do you think they will head or vote towards whether they would think they can go it alone or come on board?
It's a really good question. As you know, we share one half of Groundsville with you guys, and they were pretty vocal with the Three Waters movement. The way that I've had some ratepayers come to me around, it's giving away assets, and that's what it may feel like to people. But the key difference is when Labor had their policy, that was going to an entity that central government was going to control. This will still be in council ownership. So each of the different shareholders will still have their ownership, will still do their statement of intents, will have control over whether it's going to get out of hand or not. So that's the key difference there. In terms of what my community may or may not vote, it's really going to depend on how we communicate that collectively to show that we're not handing over control to a distant power. It will still be in the council's control.
Councillor McTamaney.
Yeah, question being in, it's probably for our state. At the same time, we've still been working on a concurrent water services delivery plan for a standalone entity in case this does not go through.
Yeah. So we will, but that's our backup at this point in time. Ultimately, this is a high risk scenario for all of us. At any one point, one of us could pull out, and that makes it significantly more difficult to work through. So we've got that modelling as a backup if we need it. But this is our primary focus.
We're doing that too, but there won't be as much emphasis going in as what there is into that.
Through you, Your Worship, we have to prepare the information for all of those different options for consultation. So the community's got to have the information about what those options will look like. I think the thing that we do need to stress is that there isn't actually a current status quo going forward. Things are going to be changing. There is going to be an economic regulator. There's going to be a whole lot of different things happening with minimum and maximum pricing set by the regulator as well. So status quo isn't really an option moving forward. It's a matter of what do those other options look like and how are we going to actually respond to those. And that information is required for the community to make a decision.
I think the issue, though, picks up what you're saying, Councillor, isn't so much for this process that goes through to consultation. It's after you make a decision, and let's say all four councils decided to do a joint CCO, the development of a joint CCO, water services development plan. The risk is that as you're developing that plan, somebody pulls out, and that can happen through that part of the process too. So there's always that risk at that point. At that point, then you're a bit stuck because you've got to go back to other choices, and you've got to have the information, because no matter what you do, you've got to have a plan delivered in September.
Because it appears to me that of those four councils, there's one that I'm a little bit puzzled as to why they're still there, and if they were to go, then viability for the other three on their own.
Can I, sorry Ben, if I can say, so it's evolving, and wouldn't it be neat if the 21 or the strength, because obviously the more that are in, it takes out the fluctuations and the risk profile. The four of us, the November figures had us the strongest, and we held in there, and February had Waitaki the strongest, and they're holding in there. But in recent days and the fragility of the approach that's been made, but I've checked with the chair. So just because the 4 are holding, and one of the big hopes was others are coming in. There are already 3 others that this week have started discussions with us, because as they get to the critical spiky end, you're going, holy hell, maybe this idea of being out on their own ain't too flash, and they are looking. As time goes on, they will only come in on our terms. That's the only way it can be if we set up first, but right at this critical juncture, there's already 3 others that are looking, and as they do it, that risk profile just flattens out like it has to, because we know that and don't take this wrong, Ben, if we were quite ruthless in saying there's winners and the losers, what I love about the 4 is that it's gone down to there until we've hit the last 4, and there's been some honesty and there's been some trust. There's been the appreciation that if you want to have a winner and a loser, that's where every other council in New Zealand is at the moment. If you keep looking to be the winner, it ain't going to happen. I want to see Ben's group get council get a benefit. We get a benefit, but they will all be different benefits, because that's reality. And that's the only thing that's holding us together, because as soon as one starts thinking, I better be the winner here, you'll be out the door.
To be winners, though, we've got to have lower water charges for future consumers. That's the only one.
We can all get that in different levels.
It's got to be the best business case, not the best structure.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's what we're working on. And this, look, wouldn't it be great if those advantages were so high? We're right down to slim margins, but there still is on a lineal figure. There is a benefit to our ratepayers, and then there's the additional benefits of procurement, efficiencies, others coming in and strengthening. Because over a very short period of time, it's blindingly obvious, from my perspective anyway, that there are so many councils that can't stand in the position they're in at the moment. They'll come a-looking. They already are. Dave.
Is there a danger, some of these guys that are just clicking on now, that they can't go it alone? Is there a danger if they come in, they can add? I know you're saying the more makes it easier, but can they actually get to the point that they'll add too much for us?
Fortunately, that's with us being the 4 and deciding.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It gives us one heck of an advantage. At the moment, strengthen it now. We haven't seen the figures because they've only just come in. It's okay. It's like where we are at the moment. Okay, do the figures. There's offerings all the way through, but let's see if they. I'm definitely picking one. I'll make us strong. Maybe 2. Who knows?
You know, it's just that if they were so confident, why are they turning now? You know what I mean? They've obviously worked out that we can't do this.
Have you talked to Southland? The whole of the West Coast?
Yeah, exactly.
All the Christchurch ones, they've all ruptured and gone. Couldn't tell you why, but we can only play the cards that we've been given by this government. We're doing our very best to stay honourable. The trust is still there. We're holding hands, but it's fragile. Would be foolish to say it isn't fragile, and we're just going to try and do the best thing. I'd like to think that I'd say, yeah, we'll do the best thing by our ratepayers, but also by we're New Zealanders as well. Don't know. It's just holding at the moment. Brent.
To Ben or Brian, do you first part? Do you run your own 3 waters down there in Glore, or is it all so you're running yours in house too?
Yep.
Right. So because going forward, we've just employed some people. We've probably employed good people, some bad people. But in order with everything that's going on, you need to give them a bit of stability in the sense that going forward, otherwise you're going to lose them, aren't you? They're going to go looking somewhere else. So maintaining that while this process is going on could be quite an important thing, isn't it? Because you want excellent people working for your 3 waters and it working as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, so I'm probably touch on that. 2 points. One, we've already. I'll be brutally honest. We've already lost staff through the last 3 waters reform. Promised, career progression, hopes and dreams of this entity, and then that's all taken away with an incoming government. And so, consultants swoop in and pick them up and they're able to pay more than we can. So absolutely that's a risk, and we need to be very upfront with ourselves and with our staff in that matter. The second point I'll make is, so far in our discussions, and it's still very early on, but we are quite keen on having a cloud head office, if that makes sense. So trying to keep the people who are here on the ground in the right places, because ultimately they have the knowledge of the local area. So we're not really keen on the idea of having a head office in one place where you have all of your team. We would much prefer that the team stay where they are.
Bruce,
through you. What about Central and Waitaki? Are theirs contracted out, or are they in-house as well?
Central is contracted, both for treatment and reticulation, and Waitaki's like a hybrid model where they have some contracted staff, but they sort of are almost like their staff for treatment, and then I think that they're contracted out for reticulation.
John. Ian, when the pressure comes on, like, then it's just your opinion I'm really asking of here, and it's just an opinion, but do you think when that things do get a bit tight and the other councils are starting to scramble a bit, we're talking about others coming in and joining, but do you think we'll get to the point where the minister will actually turn around and say, you will do this? Do you think the minister's got to wave the big stick and say, you will do this, you will join that group?
I'm going to be very, very much a politician here and say that he has the powers within the bill to do that. Whether he makes that call or not will largely probably depend on election cycles. But yeah, he does have the power to do that. Yeah, he does, and they've included it in the bill.
So I won't be a politician. We met him yesterday and he said no way. So take it pretty much. Well, not no way, but boy, he doesn't want to.
There are other ways and means of trying to encourage others to work together.
And DIA is out on the hunt at the moment. We know they are with people that they're sending out, with the encouragement they're giving, and yet we're hearing stories back that so many councils that yep, no, you'll be right where you're in. So we're getting mixed messaging too. That's three waters. Yep. So Ken.
Thank you, Worship, and welcome, Ben. I think I'm just opening this up to anybody really. It's just really great news to hear that that there are people looking, but lookers aren't necessarily buyers. Sadly, well, you'll have a strategy, no doubt, going forward to get these people on board. The question I want to know is that you might be able to answer: are they contiguous or non-contiguous? Something that can be.
Contiguous.
They're contiguous. Well, that's interesting. That is interesting.
Boundaries go.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Anything else, team? So, Councillor Finch.
Thank you. So, if so far there's three possibilities looking, what do you think the chances are as time goes on that there will be a lot more come on?
That's what we're saying. There's four of us now.
Yeah, but
and as things get, well, we're out there. There is you've got to work it back from the September deadline to have your water plan done.
yeah.
And the other councils are saying they're going to tie it in. Are you tying it in with the LTP? So others have got real deadlines for we've got to go to the printer by 20-something of March. But that had a bit of that like all wiggle round, pretty much by April. So we can't just, we're sort of saying, well, this is last chance hotel, this is last week.
Really close.
As women hopeless. The time pressure that we're under. And you know, we have asked and got no movement on time.
We there's interest from other councils that we're aware of that are looking at this. We've got really tight deadlines, and the issue will be, you know, if a council resolves like all the other councils have resolved to get to this point to explore a multi-council CCO, and it was our multi-council CCO, we would have to look and say, you know, we haven't done any homework with that council. We've done it with all the other councils. You know, can that possibly be included in the timeframes that we've got? Yay or nay? And if it's no, the just can't happen in this consultation round. Just can't happen. So that's how we have to start looking at it when we're getting down to the nuts and bolts of others and thinking about things as they are. We just have to apply it to our existing situation, what we can or can't do, and we just proceed accordingly.
There's some fundamentals that we can't get away from. If we keep working that Ben gets a benefit, we get a benefit, but they're different benefits, we'll probably hold in. If we take the opinion that the more flattens out the risk curve and the volatility, and just, there's so many intangibles. Wouldn't it be great if there was such a big margin that it was obvious? We're 2.5% preclusive was a figure, but then I'm looking at figures that I've got some real concerns over. So there's got to be a leap of faith here, because if we don't, so every single figure I've seen on us, if we go it alone, ain't pretty. Simon, yeah, you got that.
It's right there, Tom. If you do get it away, if you do get the four council entity joint entity away this year, though, I assume there's still the provision down the track if other councils have formed their own council companies that they make organisations. They'll have the option to come in 2, 3, 4, 5 years time on another set of negotiations.
Yeah, we want that, but there's going to be consequence. So what was the figure we put in yesterday, Ben? If you come in, it was only talk figures, really, but like if you come in after we're set up, then you've got to pay the fee.
Why?
You're saying that will be a winner.
Because we're spending money, so we're already going in. You're looking at money here today. If they're coming in and we're taking all the risk, there has to be a fair contribution.
Worry about that at the time.
Yeah, we will. It'll be worked out.
Work on your organisation now. That's all.
So opportunities for on-ramps and off-ramps.
So we did discuss it. So you were talking after, so if we've set up a CCO and they've set up a single.
Yeah.
So we discussed that in our workshop last week, whenever it was. That'll be up to that'll be a decision of the board that's set up, and they'll obviously assess the benefits or losses depending on whether it's worth taking on another.
Again, it doesn't really matter too much about some of these other ones that are around or we're choosing to do. Yeah, still will be for the future.
Right at the moment, it'll make a difference. Right at the moment, as we go through the process, it'll be handy to have a few more around.
But if you time frame stuff, not going to matter. I mean, you guys have been working on this. On the slow burn for the year now. Someone come rocking up this month.
Mia Tamer phrased it really well when she said the door at the moment is closed to the other councils, but it's not locked, but it will be very, very shortly.
Can I just ask, my question is probably back to the legal team. As far as on the agreement goes, with number 4, the project governance, we've got structures there. Can you give me an example of who's on each of those groups? Like, when we work our way through the council's executive group, is that our current executive now? All right, so we've got another, so who's on each of those groups, if you like?
So if you go back to the Schedule 1 of the agreement, it sets out who sits on each of those groups. So the council's executive group is made up of the mayor and one elected representative from each council, and they will also have the ability to bring along their chief executives to those council executive group meetings as non-voting members. The project steering group has got a particular person nominated from each council. And then the project team, again, has a person nominated from each council. So those are all set out in Schedule 1. You can see that there.
Can I just check that? There was 2 votes each from each council. Well, didn't we also discuss iwi representation to meet the Treaty of Waitangi obligation?
We discussed it at the workshop, and we decided that we could think about what the iwi involvement would look like once the commitment agreement was signed.
Yeah. So know that there's that proviso that there'll be consideration given.
So, and I'll say this right here. So in terms of the steering group, we've got the chief executives making up that steering group. And then the working group is basically the infrastructure GMs from the 4 councils. So, yeah, that's the conversation with the three groups.
Righto, Tim, any more questions before we get into discussion? No more? Ben, please sit and, if you feel the urge, wave your hand and I'll probably be quite keen, Alex, so you can speak to the item as such. There's going to be a wee bit of latitude here because what I forget, hopefully you'll remember.
No, that's okay. I'll let you, the council, decide. It's your guys' decision, not mine. So
absolutely, but I really appreciate you coming up. Ben,
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for the work you've put in today. It's been a pleasure working with you. Councillor Kennedy.
Just a question with this, how these steering groups and that have actually got names beside them. They've actually, your members of the steering group. So my question is, if one member can't be there, is there a proviso for someone else to be there?
I thought I had put it that there was 2 council representatives and 1 staff member. We were non-specific on the names.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Project steering group is the names of the chief executive. So
yeah.
If the chief executive isn't there, away for some reason, there is still there will be another chief executive, right? So that person will replace me. If that's the case.
May not only be you, but yeah, that's all I'm asking, because this is going to take over a period of time.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just when it's got names listed. Okay, thank you.
Done.
It's discussion time, isn't it?
Well, I'll just check. Is there any further questions? It's discussion time.
Okay. Our 3 Waters journeys continue. Obviously, from the start, from the former government, through our current government, understanding it, to understand it, lots of work. We've rehashed Morrison and Lowe, done it again. We're looking at models of going alone, models of being Southern. We saw models of being ETD. We've now got more models coming, and we've got a directive from our current government that's asking us to get out there and form our own CCOs. In good faith, we've ended up with 4 of us. We're doing a good job, I believe. And we still don't have the actual result of the figures. And I think, realistically, for me, looking at my crystal ball, going alone, the figures are not affordable. And going with 4, the figures are not affordable. And you're going to find the figures for those big cities sitting out there on their own won't be affordable. You won't be worrying about the price of the drinking water because they won't be affordable. So it's going to keep evolving. This whole topic's going to keep evolving. And in good faith, the 3 other councils and ourselves that have got to this stage, I'm actually happy to sit around this table and for us to enter in a Otago South joint group of councils commitment agreement. I've got no problems with that. Because we still have to get through that next process. There is no actual risk. We've got to get to the end of those figures, what it actually really looks like, the model. And then, and remember, then we take those figures to our ratepayers in consultation, and then we listen to what their thoughts are and the homework they'll do, of what the homework that's been done by our councils in this combined group. Then we finally sit around the table to make a decision. So I'm actually really quite comfortable for this to continue.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. I agree with what Councillor has just said. We don't really have an option, and we're very lucky that 3 others have come in and are holding a hand for that. I am really grateful for our community and for us as well. Let's hope it continues, and let's hope those 4 that are interested actually get their act together and realise that this is unfortunately the only option that we do have, but we are fortunate that we do have an option. So we'll be looking to those figures when they come out, and then to our local community and go for the consultation and then, yes, take it all from there. So it is very trying times, but hopefully we can see our way forward.
John, you willing to take a recommendation, Your Worship?
Truly on the piece.
25.
Yeah.
No, John.
I'm happy to move recommendation 1 for start off.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. Done. All those in favour?
Aye.
Happy to move recommendation 2.
Happy to second that.
Done. So we're going to move in a second. The motion's open for discussion. Can I say that for me, despite Facebook fantasy, to me this has never been about Labor and National. Whereas mayors 15 years ago with Nick Smith actually got 3 waters shoved in their face the first time, and you start seeing the problem. And I'm proud of the fact that as a council we hung in as hard as we could with the first government's proposal. And I'm exceptionally proud that right now we're hanging in as hard as we can with the next government proposal. We're doing the best that we can under extenuating circumstances. I'd love it to be that, oh, there's the El Dorado, there's the saviour. It's no more the saviour than flying the air. But there are benefits. Can't quite quantify them at the moment. I could quantify them as much as that LTP sheet that we had today. You want to bank, I want a figure there and I want to know what it is, it'll never exist. Just like anything we do, there's too many moving parts. But I do believe in my heart that if some, because we are the only grouping in the South Island, 21 councils, all the community for local democracy clutter that we got of how there was a better way, and here we are doing it their better way, and the 4 councils that are in it, none of them were part of communities for local democracy, but we are staying true to the process that the government of the day is putting through. It defies me how any other council is out of the process at the moment. Wouldn't you just stand in the huddle and see which way the wind was blowing? Why you would leave before the process had even had a chance to succeed, other than, do you want to be a winner? Well, I don't want to be a winner. I just want to get benefits. There'll be some benefits for me. They'll be different than Ben. They'll be different than Waitaki. We cannot afford to back out at the moment. I don't honestly think we can afford to back out, but I won't entrench myself in that. If there's off-ramps and there's opportunities for others to come and there's on-ramps and we've got something to grow, will it ever be the ideal solution? No. This is suboptimal that we're dealing with, but suboptimal is better than what we had by ourselves and what I was saying. So onwards and sideways. That's the only option we've got. And I will say that I'm terribly proud of you. And we've hung in there. The easiest thing we could have been is we were on the other side, we're out of here, or I want to be a winner, Clutter's big and tough. We've hung in there and we've done the right thing by the ratepayers. No one will see this. Our legacy, many of our legacy will be that we stuffed it up. I know in my heart sitting around the table that we've all done the best we can. And God, wouldn't it be just neat to actually think of something with the council without having to think 3 waters? So, who else wants to have a say before we put it to the vote? Let's go. Let's go. Right, well, do it the same as for Julie again, please. All those in favour, please raise your hands and say aye. Thank you, team. All those against.
Unanimous.
Was there against?
Unanimous.
It was unanimous. Thank you, team. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Ben, for your support. Cheers, Ben. Safe travels. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrew.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you to the legal team.
I'll move,
Can't even see it.
Just move 3.
Oh, yeah, just move 3. Who was that? Councillor Mulwheeler, seconded by someone.
Yeah.
Councillor Cather Wood. All those in favour.
So crusty.
Those against.
Too damn.
Thank you, team. If we can move to Mount Killy landfills, they just get easier and easier, eh?
Page we are.
Yeah, page 47. G'day. Welcome, Jason. How are you? It's getting on to tea time. Welcome to the tea session.
You wanted to stop talking about water.
Yeah, I'm going to say Mount Currie is the three waters of West, isn't it? So yeah, there's a report here about Mount Currie landfill capacity issues. If it pleases you, Your Worship, I'd like to have the report just been read and I'm prepared to accept any questions.
Questions for Jason, please.
John. Thank you, Jason. Is there an option, given everything we know about, we've all read this, given what we know, is there an option to extend the life if some of those communities on the extremities of our boundary, perhaps West Otago, for a short time goes to Gore and perhaps, Milton goes to Needham just to buy some time to get this sorted? If we can actually, take our waste there just in the interim, a bit of a hybrid model?
Yeah, that is the option that's going to run along parallel with the overall option. So we have to look at additional vehicles to do that. So we're currently working with our contractor to just bought 2 new vehicles. So they're going to be here next week. We've asked our contractor to give us a value for those older vehicles and operating them over that period of time. So we're just waiting for that feedback to come.
I'm not talking about the whole of the Clues District. I'm talking about the ones that are just closest. It's the shortest card. It's the cheapest card. It's kind of the best of both worlds that we tried.
Yeah. So we've asked our contractor to do that. Will involve extra vehicles, but we have the old vehicles that we're going to replace in terms of that. So yes, we are looking at that. So as you said, Tapanui goes to put that side over and Milton goes to Dunedin.
How many months are we looking at, Jason? Worst case, bang us on the chin. How many months are we looking at?
So my current estimation based on not extending it is about August. Yeah.
Okay, so following on from Councillor Evans, because that was a good idea, John, but mine was a bit different. So hybrid model, could it be conceivable that we could go to our public and everything, no glass, just keep your glass at home, have a pile of glass that's only to August. Don't fill up your landfill. I know it's not good, Ellie, but what we've got to do is keep the stuff out of Mount Currie. You go to Parnell Kennedy's Wheelie, but 90% of it's glass. You know what I mean? If we could get a wood, glass, cardboard, something you can store at home, could we do that?
Could you provide?
Because I know legally we've got to take waste, but could we ask them to take waste to August? Hold on to it. We've got to think laterally to stop filling up Mount Currie.
We've got to get a consent.
Yeah, we do that in the time, take the pressure off.
How long have we been waiting for consent?
Yep.
How long have we been waiting for consent? The question we need to ask is, why are we waiting so long for consent? Like, either the noose is around our neck or it's not. Like, come on, that's what we need. Timeline is August. We need to go, us councillors need to go to the RC and say, where's our consent? Is it yes or no? We need to know today. Yep. So we can actually start moving forward.
But that's not the issue today. The current landfill site will be full by August. We'll not have a new landfill built by August.
But
even if we got consent tomorrow.
Yeah. It's all about the consent.
Yeah, but even if we got it tomorrow, we've still got it.
Yeah, we've got to take some pressure off time.
Just to confirm, August is if we don't, there is extra space on the existing sites that we got feedback to this from the survey company that they think there's another 10,000 cubic meters, which is another 46,000 tons, which will take us to January or February. The feedback from WSP is working with WSP is working with Wastecore, who are our current contract engineers, is that that's not a consent related issue and it should be a fairly straightforward process to do. We're just waiting till that come back. So what this report says, if we don't extend or don't build into that the extra area, August, September, maybe October at a push. And if we do, we will get early January, February, but that still won't give us enough time to build a new landfill. And the other one's run out of space because there's a time to build a new landfill as well as get consent. So even if we got consent today, we know we're not going to be building a landfill until 2026.
Jason, and look, it might be Jules, Jason, Steve, someone. There was murmurings 2-3 years ago that this was going to blow up in our face. And we went through the LTP process and we're given assurance that, oh yeah, it was there, but we had it under control. We've got the 6-weekly control group, everything's under control. We have reports at every council meeting, everything's under control. Now it's not under control. How do we get to this point that for so long, yeah, it's a problem, we've identified the problem, but we've got it under control, and now we haven't got it under control?
I can argue judgment at this point. I think with the information that was there at the time, that was the assumption that we would be. Like, obviously, you guys appointed someone that's had more expertise in waste. That was me. I evaluated the data that we've got and came up with the conclusion that there's not that much space left.
Questions?
It seems to me that when I became a councillor 2 years ago, we were talking that it was at the end of its life then. Like, why are we in damage control all the time? We're in damage control. And if it'd been me, if I'd been running my farm like that, you start doing things before you need to do it. You don't wait until you've got 2 days to get a consent. Like, you should have a consent. You should have been building the new one. You should start building it tomorrow. To hell with the council. Say you're going for a consent. We need to start building our whatever it is now to put the waste going forward in.
Yeah, I suppose I can only say that since I started work last year.
I'm not blaming you.
The consent was.
Someone has been responsible for this.
The consent processes can take some time. That's what we see, and in that sense.
Good enough. Well, go and dump it at the regional council's new blooming building, Dunedin.
Councillor Finch.
So if we take the waste from Milton and Topeka West out of the equation, does that extend the timeline beyond that January you were talking about?
Slightly, yes. Yeah, the total amount of waste that comes from the municipal side of it is about 3,900 tonnes. Out of the 10,000 tonnes that go through that, you still have the other 6,000 tonnes from commercial and general domestic waste that comes through the gate fees to process. Yes.
So roughly how many month will it give us?
Maybe 2. I guess that'd be a really, really rough guess. I could calculate that out and get back to you. Yes.
So that would be about March. Still doesn't give us enough time to build.
Yeah, so it's a simple calc. So if you've got 4,000 tonnes and if you assume that it's 1 tonne per cubic metre, that's you take a third out of that, that would fit 1,000 cubic metres out of landfill. Yeah.
What was the number of our wheelie bins? Did we think they're paid for wheelie bins?
6,500 is approximately 6,490 something. Yeah.
They'll get a pretty good deal on 6,400 incinerators.
Councillor Sean.
Jason, so there are other options. We know that we can card it out. We've seen some numbers for that. So what would your preferred option be to open up some more in here or just carts?
Well, the report says we will be carting out.
Yeah, we will. We
won't be able to build the data that we got today. We will not be able to build a landfill and operate it.
An extension.
So we're going for the extension anyway. That's the most.
You're going to do it anyway.
Yeah. Because it makes sense because it's technically free space if you like. So if we get an extra 10,000 cubic meters out of it, we can sell that space if you like at no extra cost to the infrastructure of the site.
Yep, so we do that. So we should use that up first, and then cut whatever we have to do out.
Yeah, the difference between there's a report. There's a section where we need to operate the new landfill and the transfer station at the same time for construction waste, for example. Can't go in a nice shiny new landfill. We could just pierce it. So there'll be a process where we're operating the two together.
Yeah. So we've got to build that transfer station anyway.
Yes, the transfer station will be built as part of this overall process.
Regardless of what option we might take on a landfill.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of.
Yeah, but we're not building anything new though. It's already in the LTP. Mercury was always going to be a transfer station
Yeah.
and a landfill. So it's not like we're building something new.
Yeah.
Will be surplus to requirements afterwards. It'll always be used as a transfer station.
Yeah. So it may be about moving it forward as quickly.
Yeah, we're building that forward, and the report acknowledges that there'll be an additional cost to do that. I think that's also discussed in the fees and charges discussion this morning.
Michelle.
So, Jason, I can't remember whether we did or not. Have we, Mount Cooey is not the best site for a landfill, never has been. We know that. Have we done any work on looking elsewhere to start a new site?
No, through you, Your Worship, it's designated as a landfill, so there's in terms of the process of getting a consent and getting our own approvals for it, it's much easier to do it on an existing site. The consent is currently going through a limited notification process, and we've been trying to hurry up the regional council and have discussions with them, but they've been waiting on information and discussion with us as well. But yeah, there'll be a completely different extended process to look at it and go to another site. It would require all the consents and everything to go back to square one.
So can I just clarify, because on page, 52, we've got 157,000 a month. The emergency measures that this is forcing us to take is going to cost us an additional 157 a month. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
So
Potentially, those are very rough figures.
what? It does my head in. We're, as a council, we're in austerity measures. The newspaper and the biscuits have been stopped, and we get 150,000 slapped around us a month. No warning. We sat and exhausted ourselves over 50 cents more for a swimming pool, and we're sitting here looking at 157,000. I just don't get it. How did we walk into $157,000 a month again? It's these things that I've got to wear Three Waters. I'm sick of talking Three Waters. We've got to do the roading, but 157,000 for me as a ratepayer, that really gets me. We don't have to do the 157,000.
So that, just don't forget the 157,000 assumes that we don't increase the gate fees and the cost of general collection. Yeah.
But that's more cost to the, it's still cost to the ratepayer or the user.
So you increase the gate fees in it. Yeah.
Yeah, which will be the subject to the report later on this evening.
So further questions, team, and then we'll go. Sorry, Wayne.
Just through the chair, just a silly question. We own site. So if we started building new landfill, what would the RC do? Could they fine us? Or silly question.
Jules is probably an expertise on that.
So we could, through you, Your Worship, we could start constructing the new landfill down, but there is a real risk that if anything changes through the consenting process, we might not be constructing what the actual consent requires. So that's the whole, we were waiting to get our consent locked down, so then we know what we're constructing. So there is the opportunity to put contracts together and bits and pieces on what we expect the landfill would be, but we run a risk doing that.
Yeah, no. I assume we are chasing ORC. So what is the hold up on it?
It's currently being through a limited notification process, which when will that be finished, Cosmos? Is it another week? Today. Okay.
The resource consent process started
5 years ago?
It was years ago in terms of the consenting process. So it did start some time ago, and it's taken all this time. And when you look at the length of the process, it's towards the end of the process where things have become a problem. And also at the time, we didn't have I remember reports that says that we weren't going to be using all the capacity of Mount Cooey.
We're taking outside rubbish.
The years ago that we were dealing with that, when we began the consenting process, the volume reports were saying that it was underutilised and that we had plenty of time, right? That's what it said previously. And then I think what happened, we had this big construction blip, Tacoma and others, big demolition things across the district, and suddenly all that stuff went into the air, and our projections went out the window. So when you castigate us for what we haven't necessarily accounted for when in the time, in the consideration when we started the process and what we were playing with, things have changed halfway through. That wasn't forecast at the time, right? We got the people in to make sure that we can actually get on top of it. So we weren't totally, put behind the 8 ball. And so we can give you the right information and make the right calls about bits and pieces. And then also, at the same time, the whole environment of waste has been changing. And we're also doing work to say to you, hang on a second, is Mount, before we even build it, is Mount Kiwi the right place and is doing our own landfill economically the best decision? And when you look at the paperwork around that, it's not that much difference, except that we are arguing for the long term, it makes enough sense that we should hold on to it, right? So we even had that question because you would have had to make the decision, well, you still have to make the decision, were we committing to the landfill? You did that, was that the other day or was that on this one?
Today.
Today. You'll make a decision that says, actually you're going to commit to a landfill because it's the most economic. But until you made that decision, we still we couldn't go ahead with the next phase of the design either. So you talk about these things about us and what we have or haven't been doing, but the whole consenting environment, the waste environment, the tonnage environment has all changed in there. And all we're doing is presenting, and as a consequence, something that we thought was plenty of time for, a process, we are now finding ourselves up against the wall simply because the tonnage volume is coming through a lot higher than what we had previously forecast.
Donna.
Thank you. And just to assist with this issue.
Sorry, we better, is it a microphone we can need?
Is that working?
Yeah, I think it's on, yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So just to assist with this issue, my team in the background in September last year, we started early contractor involvement. We actually flew a well-respected company down to talk with us, and they spent a number of days. Consequently, from that, they're the ones that have determined that it will take 12 months to construct a new cell. They've also provided us with a preferred methodology and the whole process that is required. And we've also been working in the background. We've actually found the clay that is actually suitable to do the capping as well. So we're all, from the structure side, we've advanced as much as we can, subject to consent. And then, so worst case scenario, the consent, we'd receive it by the end of June. And that's if from these submissions, we have to go to hearings and the timelines associated with that. But from the cell construction, we've done as much work as we possibly can in the background to prepare.
Well done.
Michelle then, mate.
Question, sorry. When we get the consent, Jules, how long does it last?
So the most you can get consent for is 35. The term of the consent has been a bone of contention. It's been negotiated and debated. Where do we settle on, Cosmos? Was it 25?
25 years.
Pardon?
25 years.
Yeah. But there was a request for it to be, was it 15 originally?
Yeah.
We said, hang on, if we've been putting this investment in, we need to be able to actually use it.
So, what, like, all other things aside, there's a few things. What we need now is time. And like if John's suggestion bought us 2 more months, that's 314,000. Well, we want to save this way to do it. But I was thinking that, you know, how Stu Murray had that builders film for years, that all the builders were throwing all their junk up into a gully there. And the only thing that stopped it, he could have kept on doing it, but someone pushed the game and they threw other stuff in, and then he got scared that it was going to be contaminated. Could we do things like builders fill in inert objects that we find a temporary gully that we're able to put it in with the understanding that in a year's time when it gets sorted out, we'll take it out. But, and we'd have, for 157 a month, let's pay someone to stand there and make sure that the concrete goes there and the what have you, and we buy another month or 2.
So the answer to your question is no, you would need a consent. It would be class as a.
He didn't have a consent.
He closed it because he should have had a consent.
He was called out.
Donna.
Thank you. Through you, Worship. You also start the issues of hail sites and contaminated sites, and then for you'll get ORC coming down on us heavily as well.
How come you like in Milton, that guy's got a couple of skillion tyres all tied up in sheds and everything, and Gore had, what did they have that they might have been Kamel with? Yeah, how other people are storing other rubbish.
Your worship, I thought you were aware of it, he's been prosecuted.
Oh, yes.
50,000.
Oh, yes.
Oh, 50,000, that's 4 days worth, let's do it.
We see it with an abatement notice and required to remove it.
To remove what?
If you put stuff where you're not supposed to.
Can we get through those 2 recommendations?
Once the questions are exhausted, Dane, when we're looking at 157,000 a week in these times.
A month, please.
We
Not a
have
week.
A month.
We have got other dumps we can reopen.
Oh, that's a point. Other jobs. Is there any other dump that we can reopen?
I know we've kept some off, but you can't
So-
reopen.
We have historic closed landfills that aren't lined and aren't consented to be used to take refuse. These were holes in the ground that were used for 30 years.
Yeah.
Ted Gallagher's theory of the Kai holes from the mines.
You would need a consent.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we're getting squeezed. Any further questions, team? Going back, let's move. We'll move it along with one that we received the report.
Have to move.
John moved, and Michelle seconded. All those in favour? Those against? Then the next one.
No figure around it.
John, thank you, Bruce moved, seconded, someone, Alison. Any discussion? All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Page 55, curbside recycling. Cosmos, welcome.
Thank you, Worship.
Floor's yours.
Yeah, I'll check the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Questions, Dave? Done.
So the 4 bins are dearer than having 2 bins? 4 bins are dearer than 2 bins? 4 bins is more expensive than 2 bins.
Oh, yes, through Chair. It will cost us at least $200 more.
Yep.
The asking, yeah.
So waste is going to cost us more. Here's a way to pare that back a bit.
Okay.
I can't remember, have the bins already been ordered? No. Thank you.
We heard from our Prime Minister 6 months ago, so roads, 3 waters.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. And what does it really mean? You only have to look at how they slice through the waste minimisation. Don't worry about doing recycling. The worlds are changing. I don't actually agree with it, but I don't agree with 20% plus rate rises coming on through. So maybe the most sickening of pragmatic things is that we just don't do it. They're saying right at the moment, we've got an opportunity, and I don't like it. I think it's an absolute situation, but we're in it, and if we quite literally listen to the directive and follow the guidelines, we don't have to do it. We did it before Christmas. We don't after Christmas. Got a Christmas present for the ratepayers. Is it time to spend the money?
Was it already put in the long-term plan? I can't remember that.
Even if it was, that was based on the rules of that time. The game changed just before Christmas.
I know, I'm just seeing what cost savings would be if it was already in the long-term plan. Was it in the long-term plan, please?
There's no cost savings. You're about to truck waste further, so you're going to be going through the roof anyway.
Simon.
One of the big issues just hearing again today from Anna is that it's not getting reused anyway, a lot of the recycling. There's nowhere in the Targo. So by forging ahead, in 2027, will those facilities be in place?
No.
And if they're not, it's going to end up in landfill anyway.
Yes.
And
Through you, Chair, I think according to our LTP, we're leveraging on what Dunedin Council is doing for 2027 in terms of bringing online a facility for organics.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're actually relying on that's the piece of these numbers here.
collection facility, but does it have an end yet?
They're working on a composting facility. So our numbers are based on the prospect that the Dunedin Council will have something that we can use. Otherwise, we'd have to take it to Timaru, which is 100 kilometers away.
Another thing I just wanted to mention, that one of the recommendations does include, it could be done in the annual plan, a consultation stage. So we could ask the ratepayers, are you prepared to pay the money?
Yep.
We could ask them again, are you prepared to pay the money for this service?
Not this 3 year, Your Worship, not in this annual plan. I think the process is we need to, if we want to change what's in a current WMMP, we've got to initiate a review of the WMMP. That's what the recommendations are really giving you the two options of. If you want to change and get rid of some of those recycling services, we've got to update it. Do another consultation about a change to our WMMP.
It can't be added as a question to the annual plan.
I don't have time to do it for this annual plan. Because you actually need to prepare an alternative waste WMMP and go out and consult on that. That has to be changed.
You know how like, we're going to follow the law, and the law at Christmas got changed, and the whole waste minimisation program got decimated, 4 of the 5 changed. So all we're doing is just following the law, aren't we?
But the way to make a change, so with our community, we've consulted with our WMMP. That was this is what we're proposing to do. Absolutely agree. The basis on which we proposed that has changed since that went out. But the way the legislation works, we have to update our WMMP and go and consult with them to say, actually, the landscape's changed. This is now what we want to do. Please give us your feedback. Here's our revised WMMP. Now, the other little caveat within that is that we're still got to do a bit of work around glass recycling, because the requirement to make us include glass recycling has not been rescinded by the government. It's been gazetted that says we are required to include glass recycling by 2027 under the regulations.
Goes to Auckland.
Yeah.
Well, there's 3 councils that don't include glass recycling in their recycling, and we're one of them. So that gazette notice was put through. That isn't impacted by the government changing those other recycling things before Christmas. So we need to do a bit more work on that and understand whether we even can suggest that doesn't happen.
Can I just check this? Recommendation 2 says, as an option, the council does not approve. So we can vote, it's there, we can do it, and if we don't, then we're not doing it. So we can do it.
Well, that's the status quo. So what the status quo is what we have currently got in our WMMP. So that is to move to a 4-bin system. If you don't want to move to a 4-bin system, your only way to not do that is to review the WMMP and take on board those recent changes by the government, develop a new WMMP and consult with the community on that revised WMMP, saying, hey, the ground's changed.
So how much will it cost to do the WMMP, and how long will it take to do it?
It'll over the next. So I mean, it all comes together in the same year. So you look at that option around the status quo. You know, you're introducing the 4-bin curbside in 2027, right? So if you so it's not affecting the annual plan this year, right? So
no, it's just that the issue will be when we have to go to tender to meet 2027. If we don't meet 2027, or it's a bit later in 2027, there might be a wet bus ticket.
Yeah, but you still have time. If you get moving on it, you still have time to review the WMP, and you're aligning yourself to the same issue in terms of how you would get going to 27. So you can still do that. Both of those really are still impacting on 27.
Dame followed by Simon, followed by me.
But then my argument to that would be then is consulted on the waste management plan 4-bin system at that cost,
And now we've just been alerted that it ain't no longer that cost, because where's it gonna go? So the cost of actually dumping now is just expedited, increased straight away. So I'm looking at 3, you know, you have to review it because costs have just escalated. You have to review.
Oh, Simon, I think.
Yeah, I might be just trying to be a wee bit tricky here, but could we go to the annual plan and ask the question of the ratepayers, do you want to review the waste management plan and give an explanation why we were giving them that option?
That's so tricky. Through you, Your Worship, I think given the changes the government made in December, it would make sense to review it because the landscape's changed.
That would also give a heads up to people too. No. Simple question. Would you like to see it reviewed and explain why we're considering it?
Well, I'm just wondering what the point is if alternatively you decided to say now that you'll review it, we'll get moving with all the work on that. So July the 1st, we just starts happening.
Well, there might be some really keen recyclers out there on this.
A review, sorry, a review doesn't mean that you may not stay with the 4 bin thing. It doesn't, just as you're reviewing.
Yeah.
The way I see it is if we right now voted option 2, do not approve, in 2027 there would no longer be 4 bins, it would still be the 2 bins, and it will save 250 or 270, whatever. I'm pretty sure after, let's look, Sterling's done a 23% followed by a 24% rate rise. Yeah, it is 3 years away before it will kick in, but they'll probably be happy to have some way that they're going to save 250 because we'll just load them up again in that year.
Yes.
Is this the environment that we load our ratepayers up when the government today has said, pull the handbrake on, guys? They've ripped to shreds the Waste Minimisation Act. We're still holding to, I can't even believe I'm saying this because it goes against my principles of, hey, we should be doing something for the environment. But the environment we're in is we're pushing pensioners over the cliff.
Sorry, Brian, those were 2 resolutions should have been either or. You either stick with your status quo or you review the WB.
I don't care what the wording is. I'm saying if we vote to not have the 4 bins, then we save $250 in 3 years' time, and that'll probably be a good thing in this environment. Because I don't see the advantage that we're getting from the 4 bin now that the government said you don't really need to do it.
So, sorry, Your Worship, if you want to get rid of your 4 bin system, the way to do it, your current WMMP says you are going to have a 4 bin system. So the only way to get rid of it is to review the WMMP.
Yeah,
That's what they're talking
Now,
about.
3, council approves to review and amend the. Does that not change the class?
Ali, followed by Bruce.
To progress, I would actually like to make a resolution
Yep.
that we review and amend. We approve to review and amend the number 3.
Yep.
Hold on, Ali, which way were you going there?
Well,
You're doing number 3.
Yeah, well, we actually have to review and amend because that's the only way you're going to get down to less than 4 bins is actually to review your waste.
So what you're saying is that council approves?
Option 2.
Sorry, Your Worship,
It's not approved.
it's not written well.
No, it's not.
Resolution 3 should just say, council approves to review and amend the WMMP.
There. So I've got that moving, so we're going to move in a second and let's discuss that. Okay. How are we going with this team? Have we got questions on it? It is quite critical and it's a big change of gear. Councillor Volwell.
We have to review the plan anyway because the government, there's some compulsory, and if you look at on page, the executive summary on page 66, it's got mandatory curbside standardisation. Now that has been superseded, so we actually have to change our plan to reflect the current regulations that the government has imposed anyway. So that makes Sense.
Can I have a clarification when they've said not gazetted? 'Cause these ones are gazetted, those ones are not gazetted, and does not gazetted mean, it's just an idea at the moment, we haven't knocked it down into legislation?
No,
Is that what gazetting is?
gazetting is to give effect to regulations. So then, once it's gazetted, we have to act on them. So and that's where we need to find out a bit more information about the glass, because that has been gazetted, and we've had some advice that says this still applies. You still complete it. You still need to look to introduce glass recycling by 2027. So we need to do a bit more work around that and say, really, is there a market for it? All these other bits and pieces. The thing, those other regulations not being gazetted means the food waste recycling doesn't have to come in the way it was proposed to be. So, and some of those other ones that don't affect us as well.
Moved, seconded.
Yeah. Discussion team, anyone want further discussion before we put to the vote? We know what we're voting on. Let's all do it for Julie again, show hands, keep them up, please. All those in favour, please raise your hands and say aye. Aye.
Everybody listen.
Have we received the report?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone did that.
We did.
I think we already did that.
Oh, happy to move, we receive it.
Sorry, Bruce is receiving, John seconding. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Bruce had come up with a statement that was his claim to fame. What page do I go to, Tim?
Page 133, Your Worship.
Oh, funding for, there we go. Yes, clear. Who are we going to? Jules?
Take the report as read.
Take the report as read. Questions, team? No questions. Discussion, team? Dane?
Oh, just look, a quick discussion, look, it was 22 cameras, I think, that Clutha was installed when they did their Main Street upgrade. Obviously, two other communities went 50-50, community contribution with council so far. I work in Huntington. I see that Milton's going to be getting involved. We're going to sit here this afternoon scratching around for 15 grand, or do we use it out of the investment surplus is what I was actually thinking, and get the job done and protect our communities and the business assets. And because we've still got to get to the review of the CCTV policy within our communities. So I'm all for just getting this done, not scratching around for bucks, not putting in deficit. It's 15,000 pounds, and move on.
Oh, no one's going. John?
Through you, Your Worship, is this Dane Catherwood talking?
Yeah, that's what Any further questions? I'm going to move it along because I'll go with the theme. I think possibly that we can fast track this one. So you're moving that one.
Moving recommendation 1
and
2.3.
1 and 2.3. Is everyone keeping up with the pace? We're doing it. We're taking out the investment. Seconded by Councillor Catherwood.
No, Councillor Bolwheeler.
Ah, God, Bennett, Councillor Bolwheeler. You should have. No, we didn't talk to you about what my day was yesterday. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Now we hit the bonus that we've done, vehicles on beaches.
Page 151.
I'm well out of sorts. Triennial elections, right out. Another one. Julie, you're in charge of this one.
Well, we've had the, from elections, Dale Ossowski provided a report that highlights you've got the attachments as well with the key timetable, the dates and the fact sheet. And we just need to look at how you want the candidate names to appear on the voting documents. Jules and I put a piece in there about that normally it has been alphabetical, but because this time you're going down to 9, you might want to, and some of you may be retiring, you may want to consider one of the other 2 options.
Well, we will consider the other 2, but I've always felt it contained Bolwheeler. Councillor Finch.
So I'd like to move recommendation 1, that we receive the report.
Yep.
And in reading the item, makes no difference whether it's in alphabetical order or whatever. And I'm happy to move that, if you are willing to take a mover now, that we adopt A for just the normal alphabetical order, because it makes no difference.
No, so we've got a mover and a second, and I'm more happy councillors. We're moving it along. Has anyone got a problem? Anyone's got anything to say? If not, we're putting it to Councillor Martin.
Is there an opportunity that we could get a paper-based copy of the new boundaries, like of the map? You know, because it's got to be a bit of a conversation point coming up, you know.
Definitely.
Right,
Was in favour?
start. Yeah, I'll be that bit.
Come on.
For God's sake,
You started.
you're slowing us down. Right, everyone, we're aware of what we're doing. All those in favour, please just say aye. Aye. Those against? Thank you. Risk and Assurance Committee recommendations going to, no?
David's not speaking to it, you wish.
No, so we pick up, we know what it is. Is anyone, hold on, not everyone's on Risk and Assurance. Steve, did you want to give an overview?
Oh, no, because I think it was more discussed amongst you rather than with me.
Please have it noted, Councillor Martin's excuse himself in the room. Councillors, questions. I don't know who you're going to question, but questions.
Question the executive, or sorry, the Risk and Assurance Committee.
You're happy to move, John?
No, I think given there was an update by the chair at our last standing committee, so everyone should be reasonably up to speed with the, and you've read the report and they're there, so I'm happy to move recommendations 1 and 2, your worship.
Right, seconding, Bruce.
Well, I just note on page 161, it mentions the general managers of corporate services, service delivery and regulatory. So perhaps there's a little bit of finessing needs done there.
Yes.
This very top.
You can assist Julie after the meeting and whatever wording you want to change.
I think Chief Executive.
Through the Chief Financial Officer, I think, as well. Sharon and I actually did discuss that, but that one obviously.
Right, keeping with this rapid motion that we're going through, we got a mover and a seconder on both recommendations, is that right? We did it. John, that was it, and we got it second. Did we get it seconded?
Oh, second.
We haven't quite got it, so Councillor Lowell seconds it. Any discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? No. Now we'll get into some. So, council meeting to be confirmed that was held on the 5th of December. I'll move it. Someone want to second, please? Seconded, Councillor Herbert. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Thank you. Next one is the Corporate and Policy Committee, 5th of February. Moving Councillor Ludeman, seconding Councillor Payne. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. Same day, infrastructure strategy and operations. Moved. Who did? Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham, seconded. Myself, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? And the last of the three for that day, regulatory.
No.
Move Councillor Finch, seconded. Councillor Phelps, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Risk and Assurance for noting.
Happy to.
Move
Oh, hang on, 202, there's a typo, just bear with me. 202. It says on the top paragraph, other service requests need to be charged. Is that not changed? We'll relook at the months. Oh no, it will be charged.
So we're doing what? We're just going to move in second. We're going to note it. Yeah. We don't. Right. We're noting Councillor Finch, seconded Councillor Herbert. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Noting West Otago. Move Councillor Kennedy, seconded Councillor Herbert. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Same's happening for. He's out of the wrong. Oh, it's there, so I can move the note. Oh, it's only noting. I'll move the noting of Lance Tolpeka. Can I have a second, please, Councillor Kennedy? All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against. So, in keeping with speed, The only thing on my report on the 10th of February, I didn't attend the Gordon's, which I did cancel at the last moment. I had an absolute ball at Waitangi Day. It's been one of the busiest periods I've had. So moving round the table, go to Councillor Catherwood first.
Swimming pools and community, Kaka Point, Owaka, and Punaware fireworks. Some drainage issues I've assisted with council staff and members of the public. I had great pleasure in actually dealing with the backlog of infiltration inspections through the township. Justine Barry, we got it done. I think we've got one to go. Almost cleared the whole backlog. One to go.
One of those two people are ruthless in what they do.
It was fantastic working with her actually, and done a few park repairs and bits and bobs. Councillor.
Thank you, Dane. Yep. Councillor Valwela.
I'm looking forward on 21st of January. A Milton Pool meeting on the 30th of January as well. And then I was fortunate enough to attend the joint Mural Forum, Southland Mural Forum, and since your worship was away in Queenstown on the 5th of February, and then Waitangi Day celebrations or commemorations in Queenstown the following day. And on the 13th, I went along to the Three Waters, Hui and Dunedin with was it 13th, as from their council executive group with workshops, which is very interesting.
Thank you for that, Bruce, and thanks for deputising for me. Councillor Martin, we're just going through what we've been up to for the last 6 weeks.
The last 6 weeks, very busy, extremely.
Thank you for being busy.
In the community and with work.
Thank you, Jock. I'll go to Alison and you can come back in if you remember something, Jock.
I'm fine.
I did meet with Clusive Parks Trust. I had discussions with them, obviously, and we had an executive meeting. Not a lot happened in this last 6 weeks, but had a holiday.
Well done, Alan. You deserved it. Councillor Mackie.
I'm like Jock, I've been flat stick. No, really, I haven't. No, I haven't been doing much at all, really. Been pretty quiet since in front of.
Thank you, Brent. Councillor Herbert, you'll have lots to report.
Sports Rural New Zealand Travel Fund, Assessment Committee, Risk Insurance Workshop, Westside Community Board, and some executive Zooms.
Thank you, John. Councillor Grant.
Unlike most here, I've completed up to date on my awareness training.
Oh. Congratulations.
All 26 of them. Don't know if you guys are anywhere near that yet, but you probably won't get a certificate. COD promo, audit and risk workshop. I was judging at the Toko Rugby Club car show, and I don't know, I suppose I attended Chris Bob's funeral.
Yeah. Thank you, Bruce. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, actually probably pretty quiet for me. A couple of meetings with Sapoma, Waihola looking forward. My age concern a couple of times. The highlight for me was probably Jock and I hosted a practical day for job opportunities down Telford in the Woolshed. And out of that, I think Jock's given the opportunity or a shot at having full-time employment. And it was actually really worthwhile. There was about 14 attended, was it, Jock? Do you remember? 18, yeah. I took about 30 sheep down there. Jock saw 3 and I saw the rest. So thanks for the help, Jock. No, so that was a highlight. But other than that, I've done all the other meetings with the council and that too. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Ken. Councillor McCrossley.
Right. Council meetings, I got my Satan clause for the local library and horrible little kids crawling all over me. While looking forward, a couple of working bees with while looking forward, and I attended Chris's funeral as well.
Thank you. Go. Oh, sorry.
Clutha Christmas parade, and that went off really, really well. Lily got so many floats. It was really good. Take my hat off to her. On the 10th, Toko prize giving, rep for council, a lot of museum board meetings. On the 23rd of January, 2 people on the dog park working group of us went and spent 4.5 hours and then got rained off, and there was 4 trailer loads of stuff cut out between the AMP showgrounds and what's going to be the dog park. And then on the Friday, the 24th, it was 8.5 hours and another 8 piles from my big trailer to my burn pile. And there's a lot, we've just got to cover a little bit that's left off from between the fences now. And it's looking good, and I'll pass my phone around and show you the fence that is, the wall that has been painted. I had care group round my gardens from Milton in February, a few Zooms and Audit Finance Risk, Clutha Foundation Trust, a few of them. Youth Council team building on the 16th, which was really, really good. It was a lot of fun. They had us blindfolded out in the car park, walking around trying to pick things up from people in a line all yelling at you all at the same time. You had to listen to the person that was on your team. A lot of great youth councillors again this year. We haven't quite got everybody on board yet, but it's going to be a good year. They're all really enthusiastic and all really positive. So that's looking really great again. The 17th, I was in on the Zoom for the South Island Minister, as was Councillor Vowaila, listening to questions asked of him. And then today.
There you go, Councillor Hamani.
Pretty busy farming in the last 6 weeks, 2 months, and now it's time for relax, do a bit more council work. A bit easier. It did have one strange afternoon in January. 3 cars pulled into the sharing shed, and the Richard Davison's ODT got out, and then the mayor started following him into the sharing shed, and I was standing in the yard swaying lambs going, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, no, ended up, there was a celebrity sharer in there for the last run, so yeah.
You're allowed to tell them what pace I kept up with.
Oh, jeepers.
Vanity won't let me say that it was 240 pace, but that's another matter. Councillor, sorry, Simon. Thank you, Councillor Phelps.
Quiet on my front, Bishop, Sports Travel Fund meeting, National Committee meeting. I just want to note, coming back through Milton last night, how really good it looks now, you know, the whole way done. The streets looking really smart. It was really quite, I just want to pass comment, it was really well done, team. Yeah, it looks really good.
And all the shops.
No, that's
paintings.
Thank you. Wayne, Councillor Kendi.
I've been busy with Westpago Community Centre group, meeting with them. Had a wind up of Mercer Trust. Also, yeah, I've lived in Clutha this week. Quite busy with Clutha House First at the moment too. I've also met with a group that's getting ready for Matariki already, and we've got Tuapeka Bursary coming up in the next week or so. So I assume we'll be getting notes.
Yes, next week.
This week?
Next week.
Next
And the
week?
agendas go out for committee.
Right. Cool.
Okay, thank you for all those attendances. Is there any questions backwards or forwards? And I also take this opportunity because I know it was done at the committees, but I wasn't here and I didn't get the chance to acknowledge the passing of Chris Bott. Chris was here, I think, when I started. It was, we both sort of turned up at the same time. Conscientious, you know, it was only just before Christmas I was talking to him and he had so many hopes of, you know, he's back on track. You never know what's around the corner, but we we lost a good guy there, and yeah, just terrible the way it happened. But Chris was and Corey was a long contributor to this council, and I want to acknowledge that myself. I'll pass over to Steve, please.
Move your report.
Oh yeah, Ben moved the report. I'll move the report. John will second it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against, thank you this time.
I'll just take the report as read, Your Worship.
Questions, team, Kate?
Just one on page 222, met with Ray White, Punaware Camping Ground. Can you?
Yeah. It's just continuing with trying to assist with the sale and purchase process. Always willing to assist to try and make it work.
Right, okay, thank you for that.
Okay, take it as read. Got a mover and a seconder, please.
Yeah. Move.
Move Gainer, second with councillor Ludeman. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against. Next one, I'll move the documents for consent and seal. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Ludeman, all those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Last one on the public arena is to move into public excluded list. Move councillor Phelps, second with councillor Ludeman. All those in favour? Aye. Those against. Now, get it. Can we go first?